For a whole new way to invest. Introducing the Unicorn Hunter.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Good morning, apes. What a long intro, right? Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Man, what a day yesterday. That was absolutely awesome. Couldn't have asked for a better day, honestly, as far as the market goes. And let's take a look at some of the things that are happening right now. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of our indicators here. All of our price predictions were way off yesterday, and it's days like yesterday that we had that are so super difficult to predict. We really just had no idea that that was coming. At least not at 7 o'clock in the morning. I have a price prediction for the day. John came in early with a price prediction yesterday. I'm actually looking at a 10% increase for the day today. And I've come up to that. I see a pattern. I see a pattern with what's happening in the stock market rate, or sorry, not with the stock market, but with this particular stock that happened back in June. And I see a repeating pattern that if it holds true, whatever our starting price for the market for the day today will be 10% up. So the trick for me really is to try and figure out what the price is going to be when it opens, which I felt was going to be about $1.24 up in the aftermarket hours, and was actually holding pretty good until the United States started getting involved and our markets opened. Europe did a quite a nice job at lifting us up about a buck 44, I think it was, throughout the night last night. But as it would be, we are currently heading down. We're testing this level of support at 42.36. We'll see what happens if we bounce off of that. Let me get rid of our tally marks, and we're going to see if we can't figure out what the price is going to be for later today. Okay, where to start? Let's come over here. So throughout the night, this is updated. It looks like the available shares to borrow was increasing for quite a while. Got up to about 1 million and then dropped down to 300,000. As far as ETFs go, looks like they borrowed a bunch of ETFs as well. So it looks to me like they're planning to have a pretty good fight today on their hands. We got about 65,000 calls in the money today, which is really nice. And speaking of calls, 67% of the dark pools traded, which is higher over the day before. It was extremely ominous music. That's a song that my dad used to play on the piano. My dad used to play that on the piano as a kid, and I always felt like it was like the Evil Henchman's song. It's Toccata and Fugue in D minor, and there's certain pieces in that piece that just absolutely haunt me and make me want to play it because he did teach me how to play some of the song. But that is such an amazing song. Failure to delivers. These are all old. We saw these pop up. Let's see, what else do we have here? Short share interest, if we were to trigger today, would be 38.78 right here. Options, the option chain. Let's check it out. So I will bring up my notes from yesterday, and we will modify these as needed. The call price was at $40 strike, and it looks like this main level of support is still at that amount at 73.2. So that went up ever so much. The puts are centering around, it looks like they're centering around $36, but the most amount of put options that are showing currently are $30 with 34.8 thousand. So ever so slightly up. We might see this $36 range maybe start increasing more as the day goes on. A lot of people are kind of suggesting that there's going to be a pushback today on the price. Like kind of like a dropping out of the floor to kind of discourage newer investors from continuing to stay in the stock. We'll see what ends up happening there. Let me see if Ortex is updated. I doubt that it has, but we'll see. Okay, it looks like at least some of the data is there, so we'll go ahead and cover that. Utilization. That one usually is one of the last numbers to come in, but it's there. Utilization went up day over day from 87.26 to 87.27. If you buy those numbers after a day like yesterday, I don't know what to tell you because that's just, I mean, we had to have buying power going on yesterday. I just don't see how that's even possible. The short share interest did go up. It was down at kind of like the high 13s range, and it's now at 14.63. Day over day, it was 14.34 and is up to now 14.63. We'll see if those. So I had written down shares borrowed yesterday. The last value that was in there was 14.3 million. Let's see if that's the case. So it went from 92.6 to 94.4. That is not 14.3 million shares borrowed. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know. I don't know if these are the existing, like maybe they borrowed some and returned some, and then of the 14.3 million, maybe they only ended up keeping on loan what would that be? 92.6, 1.8 million roughly. Hard to say, but it did increase day over day, so we're back up to 94 million shares. My favorite indicator, this one right here, started to head down. Down. I mean, if this continues to drop down, that would be interesting because then we'd have a double down signal, which means that we could have multiple days. We could see this increase last, for a long period of time. I'm not gonna. I have something I want to show you guys, and it's kind of like where I'm coming up with my 10% increase on the day today. But I don't want to give it away too early because I think the last thing that I want to do is disrupt or show the hedge funds that we're onto what's happening. So I will probably disclose this information on, I don't know what, on this channel I might disclose it early, but I'm going to post it the day before what I think is going to happen, which is on Friday. And on Friday, I think we're actually going to have a dip in the form of, let me see, or to the magnitude, I should say, to the magnitude of about a 18% dip on Friday. But between now and Friday, and I'm going to go ahead and just say this now, I think we'll have a 10% increase today. I think we'll have a 48%, sorry, 48, 43% increase, or roughly thereabouts. You know, these are just kind of rough numbers, but around 10% today, 43% tomorrow, 43% tomorrow, and then 18% down on Friday. Monday will be a break-even kind of day, and then Tuesday. Tuesday next week is something to watch out for. So this is just predictions on my part. Probably concerned about the 5 mil. No way they have covered 10% of their SSI. Yeah. Shares on loan is probably more close to real SSI. and I'm not teasing. I think we'll get a discount day on Friday. Uh, they definitely love to leave us going into weekends with a negative amount to kind of let us just kind of simmer on that. But we'll see what ends up happening eventually here. Let's stick with my 10% for today and see what happens with that. If I'm close, you know, let's give me like a 2 or 3% margin of error. If I'm close to that, you know, we could have a very close to repeating trend to what we saw back in June. And I will show you guys that later. That's the part that I will reveal later as to where I'm getting that information from. Let's see. What else do we want to cover? Is there anything on Ortex that we would want to possibly see? These trading signals come out kind of roughly the same time each month, I think. I don't know how they populate exactly, but there's nothing new here. Yeah, days to cover. There's no way that it's going to take 0.56 days to cover. I love that number right there, because they know that we're looking at that. They know we want to see this number come down in order to. I think a lot of people were stating a long time ago that they were looking at this number to kind of indicate when they were going to be leaving or seeing an exit point from the stock. So I think that that's why this is so low. Yeah. All right. Enough of that. Let's see if AMC's got any new SEC reporting. So the last time I updated the Sugarloaf, Wealth Management was on top. Looks like we got one new one in here. They picked up 10,000 shares on the 30th of last month. Another institutional buy. Citadel, on the other hand, let's see what they got here. Doesn't want to update. Did it update? Looks like. Okay, there we go. It updated. Nothing new on SEC filings for them. Just kind of looking around, checking everything out, seeing where we're at. The general market. So Amazon is down in the pre-market. They're still not back down to 3,500. The kind of like the break-even number. But they are down. Cinemark is up 2% in the pre-market. We are down 2.5%, and continuing to fall. We were up a percentage at least. I think we were up 2% earlier. It's based on average trading volume over time and assume that there are sellers and they buy all of the volume, as I understand. Okay. Well, speaking of volume, we are 563K traded so far today. That's huge. That is a big number. We very well could see a million shares traded by 7 a.m. And I say that because we have the 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume coming in, and that will be a huge, huge bump up in that number, that volume. GME's down fractionally. Doge is back up. Doge started to make another climb. They broke out of their. This is what I was saying. Look for them to maybe climb up to 18, 19, maybe 20 tops. Where would 20 put them up here? Yeah, that might be a little too high. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it trends. But they are breaking out of this channel. But I watched this. Oh, days to cover. You're talking about days to cover. Right. That is absolutely correct. It is based on volume. Okay, I get what you're saying now. It is 100% based on volume. But the thing is that's like, let's say I'm a firm believer of this. I don't have any definitive information that can tell me that this is true, but I believe that we're. I used to have a number that I used to kind of rattle out a long time ago. It was about a 4.56, I think is what the number was. Ratio to GME, meaning I think they're over leveraged by 4 times the amount that GME was, but it's all in naked shorts that we can't really track. And if that were the case, if you were to multiply our total volume or our total amount of shares by 4.56, and this was back when we had only 400 million, I believe, or slightly over 400 million in shares. That put us at close to 2 billion total outstanding shares. And if you have 2 billion outstanding shares, that volume is not going to impact it as much as it would if you only assumed that there was 500 million shares, which we're at right now, or just slightly above. So when it says days to cover, it's assuming that that's based off the current volume trading on day. Now, if you trade your entire volume, and which we've done, we've actually traded our entire volume worth of shares in one day. What day was that? Let's pull that up real quick here, and we'll just look at it. I believe it was, here it is right here, June 2nd. We had 766 million shares traded, which is well over. I believe at this time we only had like 450 million shares. And oh no, that was the day that was actually the second day where AMC had added more shares. So we were at our full 500 at this point. So we were at 500. So we traded 260 million more shares than what we had in the total system. And so when you consider that in one day's time, and you know that nobody sold any shares, and I believe that there's 2 billion outstanding shares out there for them to have to recover. That's a total of, like, if you were to trade this number 4 days in a row, you'd pass 2 billion. So it would at least take them 4 days. 3 days would put you at 2.1 billion. No, I'm sorry. It would be 2.1 billion, slightly more shares. So it would take them at least 3 days to cover. The problem is that when they're covering, the total volume doesn't account for what it takes to make the covering. They actually have to have the shares. They have to get the shares, and then they have to give them to the people who own them, and then they have to buy back shares more, right? So the volume's trading. Not all this volume is based off of actual shares that are leaving consumers' retail buyer hands. This is a lot of this is just in-house trading. That's or people buying shares that don't even exist. So, days to cover, that number is way off. Um, when we do squeeze, when the margin calls start coming in and we do squeeze, I estimate that this will take 21 days, 21 trading days for this to end. That's just an estimate, but 21 days is a long time. It will seem like an eternity to us as it's happening. Uh, because we'll have such huge price fluctuations and we'll see the price changing so much over those 21 days. It's going to be the wildest ride we've ever had. You'll have nothing in your lifetime to compare to it. 2 billion shares. So where do I come up with that number? It's kind of based off of a little bit of volume that we've traded in the past. If you look at how much volume we've had traded at the points in time where we've been at in our process, and you compare it to GME's model, we're kind of trading at about 4.56. Like I said, is a number that I kind of came up with. So I don't. I can't definitively prove that we have 2 billion shares, outstanding shares out there. I can't. I just can't prove it. But I'm looking at the process on how many shares we're trading versus how much GME traded when they were doing their squeeze back in January. And if you look at the price points and difference in volume traded during those times and kind of take that as a relationship to how we're trading and the process that we're running through, I estimate that it took 3 weeks of rips and dips. It is. It's going to be 3 weeks because if you go back and you look at the model on GME, I've got proof that shows it. It started on 1/8. Their first initial start of their thing started on 1/8, and it finally ended on 129. So do the math. Actually, I'm sorry. I stand to make a correction right there. It started on 1/8, but it's 21 days total, not business trading days. It was 21 days total. So you have to include weekends in there. But yeah, it's still 3 weeks. It took 3 weeks for GME to get from the start of their squeeze, what I defined as the start of their squeeze, the defining point of this is when it started to really squeeze, to the end. And I've got it right here. I can show it to you guys. But I've heard Trey say numbers like a week, 7 days, something like that. No, it's going to take longer. This is the price history. These are arbitrary, not arbitrary. They're specifically picked price points on certain days. Just look at the last day here because it's the first date is the previous day that the last event occurred, and then the second date is the day that this event occurred. So if you just look, everything kind of started at $17 for them, right? And it worked its way all the way up to $250, ending on 129. So 1/8 starting right here, all the way down to here on 129. So that's 21 days, including weekends. So yeah, it's when this happens. Now the interesting thing is when you compare that to what we're looking like. Let me pull up ours to show you a difference. I felt like I had identified our starting point. Our starting point, I felt I had identified our starting point back on the 13th of May. Let me read what you're saying here, Duncan. 3 weeks of rips. Okay, I read that. No idea how many are out there. Even without naked, I still think we will reach XXXX. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I also think that we could possibly add another X to that. There is a chance that I think that we could hit another X. But I am completely open to it going higher than that. and I'll show you why here in just a second. Also remember that they will still try and F us with the, when it rips, it will not be all covering. Yeah, not at all. You know, the big, so these 24%, so the one thing that I found out in my research with the GME model is that these 24, 23, 20, these 20% rips and dips, right? You see how this is our shares. This is our shares over time, kind of using the method that I've been tracking by. And these 20% dips, these are artificial. I want to call it artificial, right? Let me rephrase that. They're man-made dips by hedge funds to create paper hands. That's how you can tell the difference between sell-offs in the market and artificial ones that were created by hedge funds to try and drive people away from the stock. Now, if you look back in June, we have some 30%ers that are really close to 40%. Some of these are paper hands. When it gets way over this 20% mark, those are actual paper hands. We did have people selling back in June. But then you have more of these 20%ers. These are all fake dips, meaning they're not caused by people selling off. I do believe that we had maybe a bit of a sell-off back on somewhere between 7.8 and 7.15. There might have been some people, some paper hands that were selling some shares when we had that 37.5% dip. Our last dip was 21.9% that just happened on the between the 15th and the 19th, and that's an artificial. That's a hedge fund created dip to try and draw out shares. So, you know, we're currently at. Let me just check and make sure that my data is correct, because I think we might have gone up in the after hours. I haven't updated that chart yet. Looks like we might have hit a high of 44.97. So I do need to change that value that I have in there. Yeah, that's the highest point that we have. So I will change that value, because you're probably looking at it going like, wait a minute, that's not our current high. Well, I just haven't updated it. 44.97. So we are currently on a 44.4% increase since the 19th, when we hit a low of 31.15. So, you know, and I'm just going to continue to track this, but I do believe, for those of you who are joining, there's a lot more people in here than usual, so I'm going to be careful about what I say. but you know, I think we're going to see another 20%er probably Friday. They definitely love seeing us go into the weekend. They love seeing us go into the weekend with doubt and fears. So, you know, we'll probably see another 20%er this week. I can't say Friday for sure, but I think sometime this week we'll see another 20%er. But I don't think that's today, and I don't think it's tomorrow. This is just my feeling, due to the cyclical trend that I'm seeing right now. But anyways, we'll watch it. We'll see what happens. All predictions. Do not take it to heart. But I look forward to seeing more dips along the way, because I buy those up. Okay, what else is there? Let's talk about something else here. We are currently at a volume of 6,666,000. No superstition on that. We are at a 42% or $42 price range right now. We're heading back up to test that 42.36. I haven't drawn out any kind of technical analysis to see what we're looking like. I don't see anything that I want to draw out at this point. But the volume looks really, really nice right now. Very decent volume. That doesn't look like it's updating. I'm seeing this moving down here, but this doesn't appear to be moving. I wonder if that's let me click on another stock and come back to it. There we go. 679. Okay, so volume's moving up. If we hit 7 million, if we hit 1 million shares by 7 a.m., we're probably looking at Trying to guesstimate the volume for the day. Over 200. Maybe 220 to 240. Could be even 250. All right, I'm going to say 240 to 260. That's what I'm estimating right now. I might change that as 7 a.m. rolls around. We'll see how much that pokey stick that we get there. But I'll just go ahead and put tentatively right now 240. Oops. 240 to 260. Let's see. So it looks like they returned about 50,000. No. There's nothing wrong with. I'll say fuck. Sometimes I say it, sometimes I don't. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have this like I was raised in a family where we're not supposed to curse. And when I got out of the household, it was kind of like my eyes were open to this world where you said things that you weren't supposed to say. It was a shock, and um, I go through fits where sometimes I curse up a storm, and it just depends on who I'm hanging out with, I guess, a lot of times. Sometimes I try to watch it what I'm saying on here just because when I'm reading something, I don't know, for some reason I read it and I just have a hard time saying it. I guess it's more, I use the words more in a, I am a boomer. Yeah, man, hop on Skype. Jump on here. Give me a call. Let's see. Um, these guys are going to be wanting a price prediction from me here so that they can get theirs in. I really feel like we're going to start the morning off probably around. I thought it was going to be $1.20 over yesterday, like 44, 44. Oh, sorry. Let me. I think when I got on my phone earlier, it wants me to enter in a password. I have no freaking clue what my password is. Give me a second, John. I got to remember my password for this real quick. Man, I'm having such a hard time remembering this one. I can't remember. Give me 1 second, John. I will figure this out. Because my phone's got it on, but my computer's not on. So if you call me, I might accidentally answer through my phone only. So don't call me just yet. Let me try and figure out my password. I don't even have my video on this morning. There I am. I'm just going to have to reset my password. I hate passwords, man. So many, I just can't ever remember them all. And I hate saving them someplace because I just don't like doing that. Yes, I forgot my password. Get code. I gotta make this something I can remember. Won't let me use old passwords. Let's try that. Maybe that's what it is. Darn. Okay, well, that wasn't. Apparently, I used a password I had a long time ago. Oh, jeez. I hate how. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna make my new password, and it's like, nope, that's one of your old passwords. Try a new one. I'm like, oh, maybe that's what it is. So I go to check it out, and it's like, nope, that's not that's not your password. So then I go to put in a new one, and it's like, nope, that's also one of your old passwords that you've used before. And I was like, wonder if that's it. So then I go and I try that one, and sure enough, second time's a charm. Let's see, test audio. Yep, that works. I don't know why, but it's making me set everything up like it's my first time. All right, go ahead and give me a call now. It should show up as online now. There you are. Good morning.
Oh, hold on. I gotta reset up my audio as well.
I don't know why, but it seemed to have done something. Maybe it was some kind of software.
Set. Okay.
It's not showing my camera, so hopefully that's okay that you can live without that.
Yeah, no, I mean normally, yeah, because I just called you. I didn't video call you.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning to you.
Morning. Did you make your prediction?
I did, but it's kind of based on a percentage today. I see a trend that we're following from last month. And so I'm going to kind of base it off of a percentage and not anything else. No other technical analysis other than percentage. So I'm trying to figure out what our open price is going to be because it's going to stem around that price percentage, or that percentage is going to stem around that opening price. So I'm trying to guesstimate what we're opening at, and if I had to guess, I'm going to say
Somewhere in the red, 5%.
I think we'll open up right about what we ended yesterday, so right around $43. So let's so 10% of that. So 47.39. So 47.40 is what I'm guessing, plus or minus 1.5. 47.40 minus 1.5. So 45.90 to 48.90. Maybe I'll just make it even numbers. 46 to 49. That's what I'll do. 46 to 49. And I'll go ahead and change those now for myself. Yeah, I'm not basing this off of what I would normally do at all. So I think what's happening right now is going to be a stab in the dark.
Is my camera coming up on your screen?
It sure is.
Oh, shows up as a black screen on my live stream.
Oh, it sure does. Let me see if I can fix that. So
I mean, it's not a huge deal. Just wondering.
no, when I interesting. So when I had previously, so it's not showing up at all. Okay, so when I had set this up previously, when I had to reboot my computer last week or whenever that was, it got rid of some things. Looks like I'm gonna just have to add you back in somehow. I don't know why it would have. I'm gonna have to add the source back in. Let's see. Was that a video capture? What was that? I can't remember. Was it a display capture?
Let me look. Let me get online. It was the camera icon one.
Okay, video capture device. Probably.
Oh, my audio cut out again. I think it's whenever I connect this damn thing. Yeah, it's almost like you have to have a dedicated audio and video source, otherwise you have to go through and reconfigure everything like the last time. Let me do that right now. So let me get this fixed out here. Set headphones. Coin toner. Weird. Audio's still messed up.
Oh, I'm having a difficult time here.
Microphone,
Let me zoom back in on at least this price so that people can see what's going on.
headphones, headset. See you talking still, but nothing's coming through on my end. Give me 1 second. I have OBS open. I just want to set it up before I start shifting things around. Headphones, microphone, microphone, disable. Okay, I can hear you again.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to go through my settings and make sure that everything was still functional in my sound taskbar to sync with OBS for me to have OBS open.
This is really strange. I can't seem to add
Another display option.
I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't be showing your screen right on here, because if I'm doing a display capture, it should be showing whatever it's showing. So for some reason, it's just got you as a dark blob.
Let me try turning it off and turning it back. That's not a huge deal. I just was curious why it was showing up like that.
No, you're right though. I mean, it does show up as nothing on my screen, but or on the feed and OBS, but I have a display capture for the screen, so I'm not sure why it's. I might have to completely kill the capture.
No clue. It seems like that restart the other day kind of messed up some of your personal settings.
Yep.
Probably have to go through and mess with it.
Okay. Well.
So I guess nobody got points yesterday, huh?
Nope. We got another missed tally.
I mean, the shit went kind of crazy. It wasn't really supposed to go above 40, but towards the end of the day, it just went atomic.
Yeah. We have our 7 a.m. pokey.
Right.
That pushed us over 1 million, which in my mind is going to probably put us somewhere around 240 to 260 on the amount of total traded shares for the day. That's just kind of another prediction, but that's just what I'm going with. Yeah. Another interesting thing that I saw is that the shares borrowed yesterday on Ortex at 14.3 million, and we only had like 1.8 million show up on the actual shares borrowed on Ortex. So I think that's kind of interesting how that works out. You know, like how do you borrow 14.3 million shares but only have just less than 2 million of them show up?
Sneaky motherfuckers.
And then yesterday, did you happen to see the 5 million shares that went on to? Let's see if I've got that screenshot. There it is, right there. So I've got it up on the screen right now. There was it was like 650,000 shares or something like that, and then it increased to 5.4 million shares that were available to borrow, and it stayed that way for like an hour. Was it an hour? 11:60, and then it dropped back off down to 200,000 available. It was just absolutely nuts, and it lasted for an hour and a half, roughly, like that. And so
But I didn't see it affect the price in a negative manner.
100% affected the price. Look at the time. At 11:04, it was 650,000. At 11:16, it went up to 5.4 million. If you look at the price, that's exactly when it affected the price. To not say that there wasn't some kind of connection between those shares becoming available and the price jumping up the way that it did yesterday would be complete falsity. You know, it had
I'm
100% to do.
I'm positive they're running computers to do all of their trading and everything. Like I'm sure they have a system in place that it's not some dudes at a desk being like, "Hey, what's a good buy order?" Like there's a system that's automated. It
Absolutely.
pulls all this data. So we're basically having to compete against computers. That's fucking annoying and not cool.
But let's see, the price, the initial price increase, the massive one, if you go back, happened. It started at 11.21, and that those shares showed up between 11.04 and 11.16, somewhere in that range. So the price absolutely was impacted by those shares hitting back on the available to borrow list.
I'm looking at it at a 30-minute chart, so I don't really see I don't see the adverse effects of it.
You know, go to the 1 minute chart and go back to that time frame. You'll see it.
Yeah, I can see them affecting price action.
I believe that
I'm not really sure what's going on with the volume yesterday compared to other days.
Mm-hmm.
But the price just went, I wouldn't say nuclear, but it went pretty green.
I'm pretty sure those were the failure to deliver. So those circles that I draw on that image, this image right here that's showing on my screen right now, those circles that I drew, that was the first one that went up. You know, I wish I had been watching that screen when this happened last time back in June, but I wasn't. But I'm watching it now from now on, and you know, I think that those are the failure to delivers, because if you subtract the 650,000 from the 5.4 million, you get 4.8 million shares. And if you look at our most previous failure to deliver value on Ortex, right? It was 4.2 million shares, which is damn near in the ballpark of what it was that they needed to cover. So I think what ended up happening is they bought those shares and had to return them, right? They returned the borrowed shares that they had those failure delivers for, and that's why you see the price increase the way it did. Now, the part that I can't tell for sure is that normally what this causes to happen is a price increase, and it just keeps going up and up and up and up until it hits some point.
Yeah, your Skype connection is not good, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's skipping everywhere.
But I think what's gonna happen is this isn't just a 1-day event. Like, it's not just a 1-day increase in price. It's gonna be a multiple day increase in price, and there's gonna be some downsides along the way as well.
What are those downsides?
I feel like there's gonna be like a what did I say earlier? Let me see here. There's going to be a correction of about somewhere between 18 and 20% on probably Friday. That's what I'm guesstimating. But in the meantime, I think today's going to be like a 10% day increase, and I think tomorrow is going to be huge. Tomorrow's going to be the fun day. 43. I'm estimating about 43% increase.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It is, but it only gets us back to
like 50 something.
70.
70.
Mm-hmm.
That's music to my ears.
It gets us back to 70, but if we have like a negative 20% correction on Friday, that'll drop us back down to Let me see here. That'll drop us just under 60 again. It'll be in the high 50s.
For a 20% in for, yeah, you can see that in your Fibonacci, by the way. If you zoom out or look at the percentages, those percentages from wherever you capped out at, you just count that down. Like my high right now, I have is like 72.03. 20%, 23% down from that is around $57. So you just kind of do it based on fast mathing that stuff.
So if we continue to follow the same trends, and I want to say that we do because, like you said, this is all controlled by computers. If we do follow the same, if history repeats itself, which I do believe that it does, because investors we're predictable, and that's what these computers are based on. They're trying to predict how we're going to react. And so therefore your trends should match up over time. So if we do have a predictable scenario, then our huge increase is going to be on Monday. Tuesday. Monday would be a break-even day. And then Tuesday of next week would be like in the 70 percentile or higher increase in price, which will put us up, I'm guesstimating, around $100. And that's when I think that the squeeze starts. The actual massive squeeze will start at around that time.
So just going over the 1 hour and 30-minute time intervals based on the RSI and the MACD. I know those things don't really apply to this stock, but I'm gonna apply them anyways. It looks like today might be a lateral trading day. I don't think it's going to go further down. It's kind of hard to say. Let me see. 1 second. Unless it started off down. Yeah, I think it's going to be lateral trading today.
Okay.
From where it's at. On the 1 minute, it's pretty much bottomed out on. Oh wow, they recovered that really quick. Yeah, on the 1 minute, the RSI was really low. Like, it had pretty much bottomed out. It's recovering right now. So at this point, it's a 5-minute interval. Still pretty bottomed out. Pretty much underbought. Should be increasing right before the market opens. 30-minute time interval. Yeah, it looks like it might be a down day. A down/lateral day based on the 30-minute 1 hour chart.
All right, so give me your price prediction.
Oh boy, my favorite part of the day. Right before I even have coffee, it's price prediction time. Let's see, what is these? Wait, one. Stick it right in between. So So 38.8 is going to be the low, and 41.8 is going to be the high.
Okay. Got you down. I'll let Eric know, and we'll get his number.
Yeah, I mean, if the shit moons again, I mean that not moons, but if it like does another 30%, which I think is slightly highly unlikely from where we're currently at right now. So you're looking at a 30-minute chart, right? Or even the 1 hour. The RSI hasn't really gone that high, probably since like the end of
May.
Probably like the beginning of, yeah, something like that. It hasn't really gone above that. So seeing as how that happened, I would assume I don't want to assume, but it's an anomaly right now.
Mhm.
We don't know exactly why. Some people think it's because of the failure to delivers, but I don't think it was the failure to delivers for this past month, or whatever their logging thing is. If anything, I think it would have gone higher because it only went up like 20 something percent, 24%.
I've got 44.4.
44.4. Let me build my so. I have 42.5. 31.
We 31.15 to 44.97. You're not looking at after hours.
31.15.
31.15 to 44.97.
44.7. Yeah, my number was at 44.39. I think I stopped looking at it after a little bit. Yeah, you're right. 44.4. Man, what a nice little jump though. And it was kind of funny because like I think I was telling some people, hey, 31, you better get in at 31. And
I
I was
know.
like, I don't think it's gonna go lower than 30. And people were like, nah, it's gonna go lower. I'm like, all right, take your chances.
I bought some at I think it was 31.90. So I was real close to the bottom.
Yeah. I mean, I have the settled cash in my account. I'm just tapped out. Like
Yeah.
I need this to survive since I'm technically unemployed right now, so I need to use this money to get myself groceries and stuff.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll just leave the rest in there and just let it moon whenever it moons and then figure out that stuff. If it goes to, let's say, like 70 range,
Mhm.
Yeah, hopefully it goes to the 70 range. If it does, that's great. I would like it to like sustain around the 60 range, like it's been consolidating around that point.
Mm-hmm.
There's talk about that whole parabolic arc,
Mm-hmm.
rare and bullish, or whatever like that whole thing is.
Right.
It's just really hard to say when you have a sample size of like 2 or 1,
Mm-hmm.
for people to say, oh, this is the parabolic arc. We don't know much about it, but I can tell you definitively it's bullish and it does this. It's like, but how? Based on your 2 examples, I mean.
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to give you technical analysis that actually proves why it's happening. And I sent you that link the other day, and it talks about exactly why this is happening and tells you why we're moving to the price. The reason that we're seeing this parabolic trend is because of those reasons that I sent to you. So you really have to read
Right.
through that because it's like super important to understand that those failure to delivers that are being covered are what causes this parabolic formation.
Yeah. So my question is, the last parabolic arc that we saw in the other examples, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were those stocks being heavily shorted?
I don't know that, but that's not. I'm not suggesting that the parabolic formation is always created by the same thing. I'm just suggesting that the reason that we're seeing it right now is because of those arcs in that trend. I have it saved here. Hold on a second. I'll pull it up so everybody can see it.
Yeah, that DD was like, it was good. It was good DD. It just, Jesus, there was so much information to get through. You basically have to chop it up and like do your own individual DD for each bullet point. There was a lot of information.
Yeah. Let me see here. I gotta go back to my saved history here to find it.
It was kind of funny the other day when it was like in the 30s. People were like, "So did you diamond hands or did you sell?" I just sent a bunch of random emojis. They're like, "So did you sell? Did you diamond hands?" I'll send you the.
My wife's gonna come home here in a minute, and I'm gonna spend some time with her. When she does, it's gonna be about 10 minutes or so. I like to spend a little time with her when she gets home. Okay, so let me pull over the post that we're referencing, just so everybody can see what it is that we're talking about here. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. All right. So possible AMC rip prediction trend analysis. So this is the chart that we're talking about, and for those of you who've been watching in the past, you'll notice that they have these indicated points along the way here. Let's see if I can blow this up. There we go. Let me get rid of my camera. Actually, it's not really in the way. They have those points indicated where there's the dips down here, right? You see these blue lines down here? The blue arrows indicate those dips that I've been talking about. They even indicate the small little one that's right here. So they keep showing all those indicated dips that I keep talking about. But if you see this FTD expiration growth prior to ripping, these massive lines here, that's that this formation is what causes that. That's what's causing that parabolic signal that we're seeing right now. And it all has to do with these. It all has to do with the covering of these failure to delivers.
Interesting. So you're basically plotting points. Once that yellow, I mean, is that yellow line drawn out based on the Ortex data?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like we're pretty much getting ready to hit that massive exponential spike.
Yeah. Now where this DD goes wrong is that once margin calls happen, that's going to put us into a whole new realm, right? Like everything gets thrown out. You have to throw everything away, and you can't look at this information any longer. But until that happens, we're going to see this trend where this line, this yellow line here, continues to move upwards, and we're at that point right now. Like if I pull Ortex over right now, you can see it. You know, we're at that point, and we're starting to see that increase in price, and it's going to start looking just like it did back here. Look back on what day was that? May 27th. If I zoom in on this, you'll see what I'm talking about. Look at this candlestick right here that we had yesterday, and then I've got my line on May 27th right here. Look at the size of those. Those are almost identical. Almost identical. That's where we're at in this. If you look at that point in time, that's after we had the dip. It had a little bit of movement afterwards, and that's where we're at right now. We had that big massive dip, but we're a little bit further along than we were back here. So it just took a longer period of time for the formation to occur. Eric's going 41 to 44.
41 to 44. Oh, well, he's getting real bullish.
He said he was just going to go middle of the road, so it seems like he's playing around our numbers today. Yeah. I don't think he has any idea where this is going. And he's kind of playing devil's advocate.
I know he's being right. He's been right pretty much so far in the short period of time he's been doing it.
Yeah. So let me plug in these numbers real quick here. Wife will be home in about 3 minutes, so let me get this finished, and then I'll probably step aside for a little bit. Let's see. He's got 41 to 44. And you've got 38.8. To 41.8. Hey, did you sleep good last night?
I slept all right.
Nice. I woke
Yeah,
up.
there was
Go ahead.
somebody keeps messing with the thermostat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, fun times.
Having to police it, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a password on that thermostat because I'll set it to like 73 for nights, so
Mhm.
everybody sleeps really good. And then I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like sweating.
Mm.
I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I'll go out there and someone dicked with the thermostat. Now the temperature for the thermostat is like 76. I'm just like sweating.
Hmm.
It's like, Jesus, might as well just have the AC off.
All right. I will, like I said, I'm going to step aside here for just a little bit, spend some time with the wife before she goes to bed for the day. I will be back. We might work on a project. I'm not sure how long I'll be, but I'll try to be back before open of the market for sure.
Okay.
Do you want to stay on Skype or do you want to call back later?
I can always call back later. I have some things I have to do in the morning, anyways.
All right. I'll hang up the phone then.
All right.
Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. I'm gonna kind of let you guys fend for yourselves here. I should be back before market open. Just gonna go spend a little family time, and I will be back. We'll experience this open market together. Let me. I got some responses that I need to do to. Some people on Reddit that I had reached out to that I kind of wanted to talk to. There's two specific people, and one of them being the person that I had just posted up their information. It's true. The username is True Demon, True_Demon. That DD that I just showed you is absolutely, I think, spot on, and it explains. People are talking about this parabolic trend, and I think that nobody understands why the parabolic trend's happening, and to understand it, you have to understand the DD that he posts up there. We can kind of cover this a little bit later today. Um, I've got all day to spend with you guys, so we'll go over it. We'll go over his thing, and then maybe I'm attempting to reach out to him to see if he's willing to, he or she, could be she, right? Is willing to do a Skype call together. So, anyways, I will touch back base with you guys here in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Ate breakfast with the wife. That was a good time. Let's see. Where do we stand here? Let's pull up some data real quick here before we open. We got a couple minutes here before I start the live feed. We are down about 73 cents from yesterday's close, and kind of heading back up to that level. Let's look at some things. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so sorry, I'm getting blown up here on the side. All right, so we were at 300,000 shares and available to trade at about 7 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time. It dropped down to 250, went back up to 850, and now it's at 900,000. So shares are being returned. They are also being returned to the ETFs as well. So we're seeing shares return now. If you recall, yesterday we saw shares return and a massive amount of shares returned, and we saw huge increases in the price as well. Make of it what you will. Make of it what you will. I'll touch on that later, but just keep that in mind. Short share interest is at 14.72, so that is increasing. They've borrowed 1.55 million shares. Yesterday they had borrowed 14.3. So I'm going to erase yesterday's information of 14.3 and change it to what it is currently for the day, so we can see minute by minute how much it's increasing by. I guess not minute by minute, but every time I check it. And the utilization is 87.27%. So yeah, there you have it. Let's go back here to options. We want to touch on that really quickly before we start this day off. One second here. Excuse me. Whew. Excuse me. Okay. Where are we headed? So I'm going to refresh this, and let's see what these options look like. Where they stood before on the call option was at a $40 strike price, and it is currently at 73.2, so that has not changed. The put options was at $30 strike at 34.8 now, and that's the same. So options have not changed since this morning, since I looked at it, and shouldn't have changed, because I think something that I've identified earlier is that options don't seem to change during off-market hours. So I think that if there's going to be a change, we have to wait for the market to open to see those changes. I'm starting to really lean towards that. I guess I didn't really realize that or understand it before. But it does really appear like they cannot trade options in off-market hours. So that's going to be a big identifier for the future. Okay, so let's see. What does this mean? Okay, we are getting dangerously close to the start of the day here for me to start the show. So go ahead and enjoy the live music. I'm kind of talking on the side here with John. John and I are having some conversations on the side, talking about what's going to happen with the market here in the near future. It's nothing bad. It's really good stuff, and I think we're going to see some really awesome days coming ahead here. So let's enjoy the beginning of the show today, the opening of the market, and let me start that up. We'll see you guys after market opens intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Man, my mic was off. Uh, good morning, guys. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. All right, so we started the day off kind of rough. I didn't play the intro of the Houston. We have a problem. It looks like we're starting to pick back up. I want to say Houston, we don't have a problem right at this moment. We did have, we'll call that the ignition start off for the day today. Let's see here. Where do we stand going forward? Do we have any kind of indicators? Welcome, John's back with me today here. He's on. You guys should be able to hear him here.
Yo, guys, what's good?
Okay, so we are up to $42. We have passed the 42.36 level of support. I guess that was a level of resistance actually, because we had to punch through it. And we're heading up to the $43.95 level of resistance. I do believe that today is going to be a green day. Do you have the time to listen to me whine?
I'm up $132. Woohoo!
Yeah, today should be really nice looking. I think today's not going to be as nice as yesterday, but I do think that we're going to have a green day overall. I don't know what the volatility is going to look like. We are at 12 million shares traded 5 minutes into this, so heavy volume, which is looking really good. We definitely want to see that kind of activity in the volume. The rest of the market right now, let's see. It looks like it's advancing, and this is what really confuses me. We keep talking about AMC having a negative beta to the rest of the market, and if the rest of the market is doing well and we're doing well, then there's something else going on, and that's the key thing that we're trying to figure out. What is it specifically that it is that we're seeing that is causing us to be different than this negative beta that we have to the market? And again, it's this failure to delivers. These failure to delivers are shares that have been returned, and I believe that there's borrowing on those shares currently happening, and that shouldn't, in and of itself, should not affect the price. However, the hedge funds have to find these shares, and they have to buy these shares somewhere. So I believe that that's what they're attempting to do right now, is that they're trying to cover for some of their failure to delivers from the past month, and that's why we're seeing the price head up right now. They've got to get those. They've got to get those shares, and the number that we saw, the 5 million number that we saw yesterday, I believe is them attempting to make it look like they covered their position. So they threw out maybe synthetics. I don't know what they threw out there. They threw something out there to throw us off and to get us to see that number. They wanted us to see that 5 million hit. They left it up there for about an hour and a half, and then they took it off, all of it. And I'll put it up there because I screenshotted it. It's right here. They had about 650,000 shares that were available to trade, and then it suddenly increased up to 5.4 million shares. And they left it up there for about sorry about that. They left it up there for about an hour, and was it 15 minutes? Hour and a half. They wanted us to see that. They want us to think that they've covered their positions, but they're not. And it was a sign. It was a sign to us that they are having to cover for those positions, and that there will be more intensified buying on the market to try and get some of those shares that they need to cover. If they don't cover those positions, they get margin called. So those positions need to be covered. We're going to be seeing the price go up, but at the same time, we're also going to see a swing in the price back down to try and generate paper hands to get people to sell. So we're in a very critical period right now where we're going to see price action moving all over the place. I'm going to draw as many technical analysis indicators to show how we're trending today, but do not expect any of them to hold true, because the volatility on this today and tomorrow is going to be something else to witness. It's going to be unlike what we've been used to for the last few weeks. It's getting close to almost being 2 months since we've seen this kind of activity. So we've been lulled into a point to where we're unfamiliar with what's happening. But this has happened to us before. So if we dig back deep and down in the works, we can find that out. Now, interestingly enough, I got a notification this morning that AMC filed the new filing. So let's see what they pulled up. I have not pulled it up yet. I'm pulling it right now. Let's see what, on the eve of a vote, what they decided to file. Looks like they filed an 8K current report. It looks like okay. I'll just pull this over to the screen over here. Based on what this is saying, to me, it looks like it's saying it's kind of old news. Departure of directors or certain officers, election of directors, appointment of certain officers, and compensatory agreements of certain officers. So on May 21st, 2021, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated announced the expected resignation of Lincoln Zhang and John Zhang as directors of the company. On July 15th, 2021. So that was the May 21st was a while ago. So a week ago, Mr. Zhang notified the company of his resignation as director effective July 15th, 2021. On July 20th, 2021, Mr. Zhang notified the company of his resignation as a director effective July 20th, which was yesterday. The resignation of Miss Mr. Zhang's was not a result of any disagreement between those individuals and the company, its management, the board, or any committee thereof. So this is all old news. These guys were part, I believe, if I remember correctly, these are part of some of the board of directors who remained from the days when Wanda used to own the company. So that means that we have 2 new board positions becoming available. I would expect that what we could see in the coming days is potentially 2 new elections into the board, and they might modify our current voting for those new positions. I don't know if that's how it works, though. I mean, now that they've already put it up there, it may not apply. In connection with the resignations on July 20th, the board of directors appointed Adam Aaron to serve as chairman of the board in addition to his role as chief executive officer and president, and appointed Philip Latter as its lead independent director in each case effective of July 20, 2021. A copy of the press release announcing the resignation and appointments of I'm not even sure what that is supposed to be. Aaron and Latter is attached hereto in Exhibit 99.1. So I don't really need to. I mean, we can click on it, but nothing. This is not really anything new. We already knew this was happening. And I actually had stated, I guess a couple months ago, maybe it was May, when we had learned that they were stepping down once Wanda had sold all their positions. Oh, I guess it was June or something like that when Wanda had sold most of their positions. I had said I would like to see personally myself a bunch of, or not a bunch of, an ape, at least one ape, somebody who owns and has been a part of this movement, moving into one of those board of director positions. So 44.75, continuing to kind of stair step its way up in price. So no, I mean that's some news. If I had to guess today, you might see some of the media will probably come out and say things like, "Oh, the reason the stock price went up today was because the company's gaining back some of their board seats with individuals who are no longer the previous owners," right? I mean, couldn't you see that being said? Let's make this about the narrative of individuals leaving the board that's going to make the price increase, especially after what they tried to pull yesterday with the idea that buying 2 movie theaters in Los Angeles was causing the price to increase the way that it was. Absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, that'll probably be the news for today. Price increasing as AMC removes board directors in place of new people. That has nothing to do with where we're going, guys. Just gotta tell you, it's nothing. All right, let's figure out on the tallies. The boys have come in with their numbers. It looks like John is going to be bearish based on the opening price. Eric is going to be break even. And I am bullish today. If you look at if you kind of zoom out, it's kind of funny. We cover up a pretty good swath of values in here. Missing again today. we would have to be over 49 or under 38.8. So we got a pretty good spread of values in there. There is kind of a gap between 44 and 46 that we could hit that would net us no points awarded, but we'll see what ends up happening. Congratulations to the missed section. They scored a point yesterday. We did not hit. It would have been really difficult, I think, for any of us to have seen yesterday coming. Although I am seeing patterns that I hadn't noticed before that I may have been able to predict yesterday. I knew Monday was kind of the day that I had felt was the window that we had to see a big, huge price increase. We never saw that, and then it happened the very next day. So it was like the window was off by like 1 day. So we just broke 4506 level of resistance and are continuing to move up. We're at 28 million shares traded in 13 minutes into the trading session. And let's look at our options, because we know that those could have changed very easily. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, wouldn't you have known it? Uh-huh. Okay, the options have reset. The price hasn't seemed to have been affected by the price going up. Has not seemed to have been affected by the reset. The new the new level of support for the call options is at $40 still, but it's only 19,000 options. Something to be aware of for those of you who may have options out there. There has been mention on Reddit, and I do believe this to be true, that at some point between, say, like Thursday and Friday, we may see a reversal. And the reason for that is they're going to try and catch people out of the money. Careful. Just if you're playing options, look at what's going on. Look at the numbers. Watch what's happening. Don't get fixated on the idea that this is just going to go up, 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 up. They will try to catch you. Let's see what we got here for the puts. The level of support on the puts is just the highest is 29. Yep, the highest is 29 with 4.8 thousand. So that's lowered from 30 to 29, but not a whole lot of options. If I had to guess, these are probably people who are out of the money. These are probably not hedge funds hedging. These are people who are out of the money, straight up just out of the money. That's, people bet against AMC. It happens. Who knows who it is, but it's not these institutional hedge funds who have exited their positions in mass on both sides. You can see that in the numbers. These are legitimate people who have bet against AMC and are losing to no end. Hope they got money in their bank accounts. Hope they got money. It's going to cost them. Actually, I really don't. Actually, I hope they have no money in their accounts, because they're probably losing the money to the market makers, who are probably the hedge funds. So let's hope they have small accounts and that they don't bleed off a whole lot of money to these guys. Just give me a second here. I want to check something out real quick. Okay. So these options are all sold off. We'll watch this and continue to see where the levels of support go. I did say that our level of call option support was at $40, but I just want to note that at $50 we have a 15,000 option setup going on right there, which is it's almost like a double top on the options with a kind of like a middle point being at around 45. We have 8,000 at 60, another 8,000 at 70. And oh, you know what? I'm reading these numbers wrong again. Dang it. I'll bet you I knew it. I went over to see if Duncan said it, and he did. He said wrong column. I went back over to look at my charts, and I was looking at stuff, and you're. I am so used to reading that. I don't know why it is that I'm used to reading that number next to the strike price because it's not where it used to be. It used to be one column over, but you're absolutely right. I am reading the wrong column again. Duncan for the win. Let's reevaluate. It looks like the biggest line of support is at 52 with a runner up at 65. So let's change that. I'm getting sidetracked here and I'm not focusing well enough. 52. So that's up quite a bit for the average. 52 at 3.4. Okay. So we have the spread is widening, guys. It's widening by quite a bit. $29 to $52 is a massive spread difference. That's pretty interesting to see. This is sort of what I'm talking about. We're probably going to see a price correction before the end of Friday. And if I had to guess when that was going to be, and this is just simply a guess, it'll probably be on Friday. So we'll probably, if you were a hedge fund, put yourself in a hedge fund's shoes, right? Let me refresh this page real quick here. I want to see what our inflow versus outflow is. 401 to 335 on inflow versus outflow. If you were a hedge fund and you wanted to try and catch people off guard, you would allow or let the price run up, and then suddenly pull the rug out from underneath their legs. If options can't be traded in after hours, and on Thursday night after we close at some exponentially high level, and then they rip that floor out from underneath you and the price drops dramatically in the after hours on Thursday into a Friday and we close lower, say 20% lower. Remember those typical runs that they like to try and catch us on with they try to catch paper hands with 20% decreases. Think about how many people in the options are going to get displaced because of that. Because they'll be watching things happening on Thursday going possibly really well for us, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is great. We'll go see how high we can go up on Friday," and then rug's gone, in trouble, and maybe even out money. So be careful if you are playing those options. Be very wary of something like that in the future. Let's see. We've got a little bit of a stair-stepping action going here. Where are we headed? What kind of technical analysis can we drop here? I see a little bit of a ascending parallel channel. And it may actually already be breaking out of that, so to draw that up right now might not work, but let's see what we got here. Something about along those lines. But it may have actually been tighter over here. But I do see this breaking out down a little bit here. Our RSI is probably already high for right now. On the 30-minute interval, we are at the top portion at 69.26. On a 5-minute interval, again, also 69.5. So like really high on those intervals. So yeah, it could potentially drive up a little bit further before decreasing, but we'll probably see a breakout here pretty soon. Okay. I'm looking for news. Let's see what the news is saying right now. AMC Entertainment taps CEO as board chair as meme stock stages another comeback following. Guys, I mean, if I had not said that sooner. Yeah. So I mean, that's the article that I'm talking about right there. It's already happened. I just now saw it when I searched the news. AMC Entertainment taps CEO as board chair as meme stock stages another comeback following Chinese billionaire's exit. Did I not say this was going to be the cause that they're going to attribute to today's rise in price? Guys, this is hedge funds trying to draw our attention away from the technicals that are currently happening, the stuff that is right in our very faces. Ignore the media at all cost. Ignore the media. They are trying to drive us away from uh, the actual technical data that tells us why this is happening. It's all there. It's right in front of our eyes. It's happening before us. It's re-happening. This happened in June and May, the end half of May and into the early half of June. These are all the same signals that we saw before. And if we choose to ignore those signals and base it off of things like two board directors stepping down and Adam Aaron becoming the head of the board, we're going to miss valuable information. The things that are occurring to our stock that's causing what's happening. Don't be fooled. Short share interest is up 14.66%. Gosh, that's so crazy. I can't believe that. I mean, I literally almost predicted the title of the headlines 24 minutes ago on Forbes. That's where that came from. I could have I could have predicted that before it happened had I just gotten back on a little bit sooner. That would have been just absolutely sweet. All right, so we had a reversal right around that point in the ascending parallel channel. So we're going to ride this RSI higher. We're entering into that price prediction point that I had today from 46 to 49. I honestly I feel like there's a chance that we could drive a little higher, but ultimately I don't think that we'll stay that high. I think there will be at some point today, probably during the hedge fund typical power hour, which is their Eastern time would be 12 to 1 o'clock. My time, it ends up being 11 to 12. Um, so, we'll see what ends up happening. Okay, so it did break out down below. It kind of hit that level of resistance at $46.18 and kind of broke down below and outside the channel. So that's our reversal. We are currently trading above the VWAP. Our inflow versus outflow is currently at 533 over 470. The rest of the market, seeing as how Amazon's down, I would suspect that the rest of the market might be slightly down right now. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it was just Amazon that had a reversal of the whole market, because they were doing good earlier. Uh, this is something I haven't been wanting to talk about, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about it now because I think it's something that I feel like I can um, dissipate some of the fear that might be behind this. We might see a market correction here soon that is unrelated to AMC altogether. So the Delta variant, and there's some other variant of the COVID that's coming out, and everybody wants to not talk about this, but I think that it's really important to kind of now might be the time to talk about it. So there's scares of another shutdown. That's going to create fear in investors in AMC because of the fact that if we do have more shutdowns, that's going to hurt the company's total profits. Don't fear that. Do not fear that, because even if the company shuts down for a period of time, they've stated themselves they've got enough money sitting inside in the banks for another shutdown. So do not worry about that. That is not an issue. We will continue to push forward, and we know that as long as we hold our shares and we continue to hold through, no matter what happens on the outside world, uh, we will do fine, right? The hedge funds still have to cover at some point. Now, if we have a lot of people who end up getting afraid and they start selling, there could be a problem. But I don't suspect that the apes are going to do that. I think as a community, I think we're tougher than nails. We're freaking diamond hands, and we'll move past that. So don't be afraid of those variants. This has been on my radar. I don't know how long ago it was, probably a month. This has been on my radar for at least a month, and I haven't been wanting to talk about it. And the reason because is it kind of scared me a little bit. But the more time that I had to let it settle in, the more I realized that it doesn't matter. There's nothing to be afraid of with the Delta variant or the other COVID variant, and it's shutting down AMC. They can make it through this. This is going to be fine. We have lots of people who are getting vaccinated. I think there's going to be scares of some shutdowns, and I think we will probably see shutdowns throughout the country, but I believe that we're kind of setting up a little bit better in the medical field to identify where we're having these sharp increases in identifiers in people getting cases. And what they'll do is they'll work in those specific cities where they're happening to mitigate the amount of contact or spread that they have in those cities. And I think we're as a society we're getting a little bit more smarter about how we're gonna go with round two on this. So we might see shutdowns in specific cities and locations and whatnot, maybe restrictions on travel. But it's not. I don't think that at some point we might see movie theaters moving back to instead of selling out completely, they might move back to a every other seat kind of thing. Or I'm sure there's going to be variations of what happens, but we're not. I don't tend to think that we're going to see a complete shutdown with AMC, and even if we did, I think we would be okay. So do not let that become a fear, because I've spent the last month festering on that item, and it's really something that I think we can move past, and we don't have to worry about it. Let's see what else is going on here. Where are we getting strong in these options again? I'm pulling back up the charts here. I'm going to go ahead and delete that path. I think we're having consolidation right now. It didn't, you notice it broke out. It broke out of the path right about here. But it's consolidating. It's not like, I mean, it did start to move down. It hit this level of support at $45. Big whooping deal. It's consolidating. So RSI can come back down. RSI being on the 30-minute interval at 69.85. 5-minute interval, it's at 68.2. Yeah, so we're consolidating. If we looked at it at a 5-minute interval, you could almost look at this as a flagpole, and then we're starting our pennant formation, right? And so we'll probably see this kind of move out, extend to maybe 11 o'clock their time, which would make it about another hour. We might see some consolidation for the next hour, and then possibly moving back up. The bid order book looks pretty strong. The sells, maybe equally strong. Just kind of watching them go back and forth, and yeah, they're probably pretty equally strong. So let's watch this consolidate over time. And then we'll go ahead and check those options. Okay, don't look at the wrong column. Don't look at the wrong column. Don't. Okay, good. I'm not looking at the wrong column. 45 has 21,000 shares. Let me just make sure no other column popped up. Okay, so we got a strong push at 45. That's our highest level of support there. So moving down from 52. 52 lost its momentum, and it's now 45 for Friday at 21.7. On the puts, it was at $29. Let's see where it's at now. I may have been looking at the wrong column on both of them. It looks like it's $30 right now, but it's actually moved. So we're going to call it 35. 3.5 at 35. Nope, there's one more at 38. We're going to call it 38 and see what happens. Did I just say 38? Huh. I feel like these repositioned again. Maybe I was just smoking crack earlier. 3.5 at 38. So the spread has tightened to 38 to 45 on the options. Let's just check down a little bit further just to make sure I got everything. I keep looking at the doggone wrong column. I gotta retrain my eyes. Okay. Okay, so just to update you guys what's going on over here. Oh, wait, hold on a second. What's happening over here at my house is that we have a sink that's like completely. I had to step away yesterday. We had a sink that was completely filled up and overflowing. So we've got to do some work on the sink later today. So at some point today, I will probably step away for a little bit to work on that. We got to get that sink fixed, but we're going to kind of work on it together as a family and just kind of take a look at it. Probably just have to fix the trap on there. So anyways, consolidating right now, moving along. The VWAP, we're currently trading right at the VWAP right now. The rest of the market is doing okay. So it was just Amazon that was down. Cinemark is up 7.3% for the day. Dogecoin is up to 19. You know, I had said 20 before. You know, it might actually hit that 20. I do expect to see a dump on there though. You know, history tends to repeat itself on this Dogecoin, and I mean, I'm not a financial. I'm not giving out financial advice. Please don't. I would hate to see somebody be in there and make it, you know, some kind of decision on the market, and I don't know. Don't listen to me. That's it. I'm just a smooth brain ape. GME is up 1.87%. They're looking quite nice, like we are. Very similar trends, but not quite the same. They've got like a triple hump going on here. We have also the triple hump, but it's just a little bit different looking. So we're consolidating right in between the 44 and 46 price guesses that we had estimated for the day on how much we would be up by. So that's kind of interesting. Wouldn't it be something else if we just kind of traded between those all day long and closed there, and the mist section got another point? That would just be our luck. Let's see what else is going on. All right, I said we would cover this this article that was written by this guy, and I'm subscribing to this heavily, very, very heavily. Let me see if now is a good time to cover it. We're breaking 4506. We're past it right now. Let's see if we're going to start a rip here. I won't go into it because I do want to provide the data for people to see. Let's see. We'll see. So look at that, guys. 60 million shares traded less than an hour into market open. Yeah, we are on a downwards trend, right? It's slightly decreasing over time, but if you look at the volume per minute, something we haven't seen in a hot minute. Almost 700,000, even on this lower portions of volume per minute. It's like 700,000 shares traded a minute. Wow. Wow. Let's see here. I don't honestly know. I'm so beside myself on everything that's happening right now. I feel lost, honestly. I'm gonna be a mess, guys. I'm gonna need support when we absolutely rip. I'm gonna be beside myself, so I'm gonna need some of you to reel me in, help me to focus, because this ADD, I tell you what, it starts kicking in when I get excited. Citadel, how busy are they? Have we even talked about that yet? Let's talk about that real quick. Citadel, a little busier than normal. The top of the fingertip is where it's normally at. So they're definitely busier than normal, but not like yesterday. Yesterday was something else. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Holy moly, holy crap, whatever your holy may be. It was holy. All right, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this guy's post. True Demon. I've reached out to this man, woman, whoever this Redditor may be, this dude. I've reached out to this dude and asking to see if they would be interested in joining the channel. I've also sent out another request to another Redditor who I haven't shown their information yet. I think I'm not going to show it. I want them to come onto the show and talk about it first. It's their DD. It's something I want to see if they're seeing the same indicators that I'm seeing. And we need to kind of cover that and see if they're seeing the same stuff I'm seeing. Because if there's a third party, if I can find a third party who's seeing the same trends, same indicators that I'm seeing, then we'll go from there and get them onto the show, that dude onto the show, and we'll talk about it and see what it is that they are seeing. You know, a fresh perspective outside of just what I'm seeing. You know, sometimes we live in these bubbles, and it's always good to reach outside your bubble, grab some information, and kind of like expand your bubble. You know, once your bubble being really close to you, you need to kind of expand that bubble, get it out there as big as you can, find new information, and be open to differing opinions. So let's talk about this possible AMC RIP prediction trend analysis. This was posted a day ago. If I had to remember correctly, it was posted. It just says a day ago. I'm pretty sure it was before the big rip that we had, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, let's go over it. And he does give out a warning. I keep saying he. This dude gives out a warning that the DD is extremely speculative. This ape. I'm going to use ape. This DD is extremely speculative. I cannot definitively say where my findings are all just coincidence or if there's a real correlation here between the price action on AMC and other metrics for this stock. Nevertheless, I have observed some consistent patterns between the price surges on several meme stocks. Me too. Okay. If there was ever a Me Too moment for me, this would be it. The indicators that he is pointing out here are not just on this stock. If you go and you look at other stocks, they follow these same exact patterns, and I can show them to you. Let's look at it for a second. This is the important part, right? I've pulled this up a couple times. I know you've seen it. You're gonna get sick and tired of it. I look at this average, right? This is AMC stock. I circled all these points. These points indicate where we're supposed to have price rips. We didn't have one here because of shares that were sold to the market by AMC and Wanda. But all these other ones, when we had these dips, we saw price rip. This one's the smallest one, but it was a small dip too. But we saw it every single time. This is where we're at. We're seeing the price rip. Now, you know, this is what he's saying. He's seeing it across other meme stocks as well. Let's look. Am I smoking crack, or is it an actual data point that we can look at and identify points and where the price will rip on these stocks? So here's the indicator. This is GME. The important thing to remember about GME is that some of the indicators on here happened a little bit different in time, but they still were kind of formed during those periods. So we had this indicator dip down here, and I would have to zoom in on just that specific portion for you to be able to see the rip. So here's the dip right here. I'm going to zoom in on just that portion. We'll come in on it, and we'll see. Oh, look at that. Oh, shoot. Dang it. Whenever I do that, it gets rid of... Come back. Let's try that again. There's the dip. There's the rip. See it? If I extend out a little bit further, do you see the rip? If I extend out even further, you see nothing. Okay, but there was a dip and rip in there. See the rip? Look at that. Look at that rip. There's actually a rip before that though. It's right here. You can see it. Here's the dip. Give it, 7 to 15 days and off it takes off. Okay, now at those price points, it looks much smaller. They're trading at like somewhere just over $9 and they end up hitting a high of like 18, and so it doesn't look that impressive, but it is a rip. Okay, another one, a dip. Guarantee you there's a rip in here. Keep looking at some of these dips, right? And there's a massive increase in price right at this time. The biggest dip that would indicate that this rip in price should have happened didn't happen during that time. It actually happened after. Now, my theory on this, and this is just a theory, but I'm speculating that there's a couple different things that might have occurred. There were some shares that were sold that I know of on GME that happened beforehand, just in the early parts of January, I believe, that may have helped to cause this to lower and also raise the price. But we also know that there was some artificial things that happened with Robinhood and other factors that may have delayed this indicator to show up later. But there was dips beforehand, pretty large dips before this price rip. So there's dips in there. And then there's a massive dip, and then you have another rip, right? Look at this massive dip and then the rip. The price just right there starts to rise up. Okay, so you had a double top on this. Not quite at the same level, but it was a double. Then this consolidates these failure to delivers, right? And it goes up and up and up and up and up. And let's see, do we have a dip? Oh, look, there's a little dip right here. Little dip. A couple days after, 7 to 15 days, rip. Big, massive drop. That's where we're at right now. GameStop's going to start ripping again. Look at this. Look at this drop. It's coming. It's coming, guys. You have to see it. And so, you pick on. Let's pick another one. BB. I believe that's another one. Let's look at that one. Boom. Look at these dips right before the price rips. Dip. Now this one happens to be a little bit more right on. The dips kind of happen about the time or just slightly after. And I think that they're, each one of these is a little bit different. I think it tends to have something to do with how they tie some of their losses into what are those called? The ETFs, but I can't think of the name of the loans that they. I'm drawing a blank. There's a type. They tie these ETFs into certain types of bank loans or something like that. And oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, let's just get past that. So I tend to think that some of these movements are reactionary. So the price kind of moves upwards before you see the massive dips, because it's a reactionary. It's like BB is kind of like a reactionary rip to GME taking off or AMC. So let's look, and we go back to AMC. Let's go back and see where we're at here. Oops. So yeah, you can go pick your favorite meme stock, and go see if it's if those correlations to price increases are there, and it'll tell you whether or not there's going to be price movements. But this big rip that we had right here, we never saw an increase in price. We saw a decrease. This parabolic movement that everybody's been talking about, and I think that parabolic movement was caused by the fact that we didn't see the rip as soon as we were supposed to. I was off by like a couple days. So, but now we're getting that rip. We're getting the rip from it. So anyways, we'll go back to what he was typing, or what he was talking about after we look at Weevil. Looks like we've gone down in price a little bit. We fell down below 43.95. On a 5-minute scale, it probably looks like, just looks like kind of a hump. All right. Regardless, please take the following post with a boulder of salt. I'm not a financial advisor. This isn't financial advice, and you should absolutely not base your trades on this information. If you are a financial advisor and you find this interesting, please give me your thoughts, because if the following does in fact indicate a pattern, then I want to know that I'm not crazy. Let's get started. Failure to delivers and the AMC T plus settlement cycles. A significant number of posts on AMC that attempted to predict when a price surge was going to happen was based on the T settlement cycles surrounding the significant spikes in failure to delivers. An FTD is when someone who has borrowed a stock or is assigned as the writer of an options trade, that person must deliver shares for in-the-money calls, but they never deliver those shares. This is possible because the electronic trading system facilitated by the DTCC American stock exchanges, and broker banks allows loopholes in these trades to result in shares failing to deliver all the time. This is going to make you guys really upset because it's going to open your eyes as to what's happening, how it's legally happening. The topic on naked shorting goes very deep, and so does the relationship between the banks and the DTCC, which is the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, who is responsible for settling stock transactions. If you are unfamiliar with this, I would encourage you to read into AutoBit's House of Cards DD series. That was a great series. I loved it. I also highly recommend watching The Wall Street Conspiracy, which is a deep dive documentary into naked shorting and how it has been used to bankrupt thousands of companies in the past. Back to what we were talking about. The critical piece of information we have been looking at for how to predict when failure to deliver is required to be resolved goes back to the SEC Reg Show regulation, which was the regulation that SEC put forward in 2005 and amended several times up until 2009 in a piss poor effort to curb naked shorting. The important thing to know is that there are three major settlement cycles for three parties which happen in a linear process. Broker to dealer fails to deliver are T plus 15, which is the sending from FTD to market maker. Market maker fails to deliver, which is a T plus 6, which sends FTD to DTCC, and the DTCC settles failure to deliver with pure black magic fuckery, which is a T plus 14. The broker to dealer plus settlement cycle is the T plus 21 that we use to determine when the DTCC takes over and the market maker is forced to deliver shares in some form in order to balance the books. What I found out by digging into Reg Show is that the market makers are allowed to cover an FTD with another short. This is important, so remember that. What I found out by digging into Reg Show is that market makers are allowed to cover an FTD with another short. At this point, DTCC steps in and receives the final failure to deliver after the market maker's T plus 6 cycle. Basically, the DTCC buries the FTD by delivering a fake share to both the original person who lent it out for shorting and the person who bought the share that was sold short into the market. Ultimately, the short seller simply sold a borrowed share, or more accurately, sold a share that never existed, diluting the supply of sorry, I lost my place. Something happened to my computer over here. It seemed to take off on its own. Ultimately, the short seller simply sold the borrowed share. The DTCC has denied that it happens for many years and continues to pretend it isn't a problem despite the rampant fraud, but I digress. What do failure deliverers mean and how do they help us? What do the failure to delivers mean and how do they help us? The failure to delivers, while an awesome indicator that the price is going to spike, was unfortunately extremely delayed data, being released almost half a month after they occurred, which doesn't work out for someone trying to make predictions about price. So when we go back over and we look at failure to delivers, you can see the reason we have a gap down here at the very bottom is because that time frame that they're talking about, we have to wait like a 15-day period before we get numbers, which is why I was really curious about what this was going to look like. I actually thought when we got the failure to delivers for this last cycle that we were going to see a big candlestick like this. But when you look at this candlestick right here for this failure to deliver, what you'll see is the failure to deliver is 27.693. Those are actual failure to delivers. This is not cumulative. I don't believe that you add these up over time and then they cover. So in other words, if I took all these and add them up together, while it may equal to a candlestick that looks like this in size, I don't think that you can do that. I don't think that's quite how it works. But just for the fun of it, let's just add them up here and see. We got 2.3, 4, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 4.4, 4, 3.5, 4.2. 33.5 million failure to delivers. Now, if I'm wrong, and these are cumulative, then you could add these all up and say that, well, guess what? We had more failure to delivers in this time frame in here that never got delivered, because you do see that these do disappear over time. So if I'm wrong and these are cumulative, then this failure to deliver over a, what was it, 7 or 8 day period would have been or amounted to more than a candlestick on in a day than this point here alone, which is massive, right? Because this is 27.6 and I just added up 33.5 without any kind of gaps in the delivery whatsoever. So let's hope I'm wrong, because if this is cumulative and they have not been covered during that entire time frame, then yeah, that's a big candlestick like I thought I was going to see, but just kind of spread out over days. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But again, maybe I might have to change my viewpoint on that because that would extend your on loan average age dates. So you should see like a slow, steady increase, like we're see the steady increase here, and then you have the on day average loan increases. So and then it decreases, and you see your dips. So yeah, that could be what it is. And we did fall off the reg show. I forgot how many days in a row we were on reg show for, but if they covered, that would be our dip that we had. That caused the price, which is causing the price to go up. All right, so more back into this. Let's check Webull. Kind of went back up, tested 43.95. Okay. The failure to deliver, while an awesome indicator that the price was going to spike, was unfortunately extremely delayed data, being released almost half a month after they occurred. So yeah, we just covered that. Nevertheless, I noticed some pretty awesome trends with the failure to delivers that made this worth digging into. Please note the following chart and give it some careful thought. So let's look at this. So these yellow lines that he's drawing out right here are these steadily increasing points of failure to delivers. It's exponential growth prior to the ripping. He's saying that these white lines are major naked short events. The purple hearts are failure to deliver spikes plus price drops. And then which is also known as the T plus 21, the T plus 35, note the price spikes plus failure to deliver drops on these blue ones. This indicates lots of new shorts coming in. Sharp rise in shares on loan. So this brown line is the shares on loan. I'm always looking at the on loan versus the free float on loan. Let's look at the difference real quick. I'm just kind of curious of. Interesting. They follow very similar trends. I'm not exactly sure what the difference is between free float on loan. I mean, I know what the free float is, but I don't understand how you can have on loan versus free float on loan. Oh, maybe free float's the ETFs, and then on loan is just like the regulars. I guess that would kind of make some sense. Okay. Anyways, going back to that page. But notice those blue indicators where it's the price spiking. See how those blue indicators are right after those dips? Should see another blue indicator right here. But notice our trend. The failure delivers exponential growth prior to the ripping. It's growing, 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 growing. We're increasing and getting to that point to where we have another rip. And I do believe this next rip can get us into the price range where we start seeing those margin calls. So I like that DD. I love that graph. That page is so spot on, in my opinion. The chart is very busy, I know, but please carefully look at through all the data. Again, this is the author of this is user on Reddit true_demon. So if you want to look them up, it's in there. The name of this article is Possible AMC Rip Prediction Trend Analysis. If you want to look at this heat map, I'll tell you what. I'll just I always forget I can do this. I'll just post it in the live stream. Yeah, go check that out. It's definitely worth looking at that chart and studying it and understanding what's about to happen. I've marked out the major short events, T plus 21 plus 35 settlement cycles surrounding major failure to deliver spikes. In addition to observing these trends, I noticed that the failure to deliver is starting making parabolic or exponential upward trends as time went on and price slowly rose, with apes pouring their cash into the stock. So, everybody's talking about this parabolic trend. That's a bullish trend. If you want to understand why the parabolic price fluctuation is happening, this is where you come to find that information. It's the failure to deliver. They're causing this to happen. I knew that there had to be, they're causing it to happen in conjunction with how the hedge funds are shorting the stock, but then having to cover after certain periods of time. I knew there had to be a connection between short data and that failure to deliver somewhere, because as the price continued trading sideways, there was always this consistent presence of failure to delivers accumulating rapidly, then suddenly disappearing. Remember that? Remember how we just suddenly had shares just suddenly appearing and then disappearing on our on the Stonko tracker? And the price would go down instead of up, as we would expect. It didn't make sense, so I did some digging, discovering a correlation in short exempt data. Before I go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to iFitMoves, iDrivet, for providing me with all the Ortex, FINRA, and NYSE NASDAQ data that I could possibly ask for to satisfy this search. I went digging into FINRA's daily short volume data disclosures to start hunting for correlations, and I believe I found it in the short exempt volume. What is short exempt? Short exempt is a special type of short reserved for market makers. In a supreme stroke of stupidity by the SEC, when they wrote the reg show, they created an exemption for market makers to create a short when deemed necessary in order to satisfy market making requirements. This is huge, guys. You want to know how it is that they're shorting the stock when we have SSR in place? This is it. What is short share exempt? Short exempt refers to a short sale order exempted from the uptick rule regulation as governed by the SEC. Regulations show the current implementation of this regulation contains a modified version of what was known as the uptick rule. The current regulation allows for a comparatively small number of restrictions, and with those restrictions are even smaller fraction of exceptions to that rule. These exceptions are intended to allow brokers to best serve their customers in panicked markets. So the key takeaways is short selling profit from falling prices can't be done in a predatory way during panicked markets. The SEC regulation that inhibits these practices is Regulation Show, and its provisions are more colloquially referred to as the uptick rule. The few exemptions to this rule occur during time of fast-moving markets, which make for scrambled quotes and trades that may fall outside of the normal bid and ask price. So how do they do it? Let's skip down here a little bit. A short exempt is a share sold by a market maker in extreme circumstances where the following are true. There are no shares available to borrowing, meaning it can be a naked short. There's widespread panic buying in the market, i.e. short squeeze, and the stock is on short sale restriction list. The market maker deems it necessary. How do they deem it necessary, and who the heck knows? The market maker gets to decide. So it says right down here, and he links it. He links it right in the rules where it says it. He dug into the reg show to see where it says a broker or dealer may not accept a short sale order in an equity security from another person or effect a short sale in an equity security for its own account unless the broker or dealer has I. borrowed the security for entered into a bona fide arrangement to borrow the security. 2. Reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the delivery date delivery is due, and documented compliance with this paragraph. Section 1B. This is known as the locate requirement. Market makers engaged in a bona fide market making in the security at the time they have effect the short sale are expected from this accepted from this requirement. So they can short during SSR. And they can essentially do it with naked shorts. As long as they can find a broker who says that they have shares that are available. So it says right here, in situations where the market maker and broker dealer is unable to purchase a security, they are permitted to borrow another share in order to close out a failure to deliver. But the market makers are exempt from the locate requirement and are allowed to borrow a share that doesn't exist in order to satisfy a failure to deliver. So you remember those 5 million shares that we saw that showed up yesterday? And then they just disappeared? Those may have not been real. In yellow are failure to delivers, and in black are short exempts according to FINRA data. The hollow blue bars are the total new shorts for the day. Does not include shorts returned. So let's see. So yellow is failure to delivers. You can see those in there. Black is short exempts. And blue bars are the total new shorts. Those are kind of in the background. Note that the short exempt data is not complete and that the actual number is probably higher because most trading facilities do not separate short volume from short exempt volume. Nevertheless, notice that during every failure to deliver spike, short exempt skyrocketed and in some cases exceeded failure to delivers. So you got your failure to deliver spike here. I want to call this a spike here, but it was really just like a lump sum. Excuse me, a lump sum. Further, there is a notable pricing trend where every time there is a long series of failure to delivers, it is followed by a 6-day period of elevating short exempts. This is indicative of the market maker's T+6 settlement cycle, where they are covering cumulative failure to delivers on a rolling T6 cycle, which is being covered through naked shorts. In other words, another failure to deliver. Let me put this more simply. They can cover failure to delivers by naked shorting, which is another failure to deliver. So then he goes on and he talks. There's so much more to read here. He goes on to talk about like how we can use this to help us to identify good times to buy, to really screw them over. So go read that. I don't want to talk about that because I feel like that's me kind of telling you what to do, and I don't want to. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. I read through some of it. And I don't know that it's. I like this being much more simple. I like the idea of buying and holding. Then he's got some dates and patterns set up in here. Go through this stuff. Read it. It's really good. Anyways, I guess I'm off my soapbox for the morning. 9:53. We are 80 million shares traded in an hour and 15, a little over hour 15 minutes into the day. The price has dropped almost a little bit lower than we're about 2% lower than what we started out at for the day. No, I'm sorry. What we started out from what we were lower than for yesterday. The open was 41.80, so we're still above the open. Oh, the open was 41.80? I guess that means I should probably change John's indicator. Yeah, I gotta give it to John. John's gonna be neutral. I had him as bearish, but because I saw the candlestick higher than his mark in here, but I see that now that the open says 4180, so we'll give him a neutral indicator, even though it's at the very highest point of his range. Let's see. What do we want to look at? Available. I have a feeling this is going to continue to rise over a significant period of time. Maybe sometime into next week we might see this continue to rise, this available shares to borrow. That will be them covering their positions. But they'll also be borrowing from it as well. So it'll be an important number to kind of keep an eye on. Options. Looks like options are lining up right now at $45 across the board. I would say they are. Options are agreeing right now on 45. Don't be surprised if you don't see a big push at the end of the day, and that ends up being a low price, and we'll have more people in the money. But we're going to go with 32.3, and this is increased from 38. What is the 38 price, or how many options are there? 38? Okay, so that number, the 3.5 did increase to 4.4, but this has well exceeded it, so we're going to move that price point to 45. I got 8.8. What about those bag holders back here? At 30 bucks. Woo. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. There's some people that got caught back in here. Well, Adam Aaron said it himself. I would like to think that they won't bet against us. We hit 42.36 and started to bounce off of that level of support. What do I see? What do I see? Not really seeing much. Maybe a slight wedge. This is going to extend out quite a ways. Let's see where it goes to here. I guess it doesn't extend out as far as I thought. You know, so we might see a breakout here. I'm not really showing anything that's not kind of almost just obvious to the eye. You can kind of almost just see it happening. You know, if it continues to hold above this 42.36 price and just kind of consolidates, it'll probably break out up. If it doesn't, if it breaks out down below that 42.36, it'll probably go lower. We are below the VWAP right now. RSI at the 30-minute interval has calmed down to 52.51. On the 5-minute interval, it is at 43.5, so definitely room to move up at this point. What we could be seeing right here is kind of like a nice George W. We might fall kind of in that path where we see it go up, down, kind of smoothly kind of increase maybe up to this level of resistance. Back, let's see, I guess it would come up here, come back down, and then maybe go back up again. Which is a bullish indicator. So I reached out to this other individual who may be checking out our channel here. His or hers name is Perfect Bake 420. They threw out some interesting DD. They are tracking, based on what I saw, they're tracking dailies. Let me just look it up here. I'll show you what it is that they're tracking. Oh, that didn't seem to want to pop up. Let me see if I can spell this correctly. Oh, I did not. Huh. Oh, dang it, I spelled it wrong again. Perfect Bake 420. Interesting. For some reason, when I'm looking up the profile, it's not showing up. Let me see if I can find it by the title. Because I did save their post under the title. Let's see what we got here. Under saved. And so the data they're tracking, it says daily. It's not the squeeze yet tracking. I'll pull this up so you guys can see it. Okay, so they post this every day, it looks like. The one that I caught, says 720 on it. So let me find their most current post. There we go. All right, so here's what we got. I'm going to show it before they, if they do decide to come on to the show. But what they've got going here is they're tracking the date, the day is open, the day high, the day low, the day close, during hours price movement, during hours percent movement, day high low difference, and the after hours, and I think they probably mean pre-market price movement. So basically the whole chunk of time at the after hour pre-market all lumped together. I don't want to point out what it is specifically that I'm seeing in this quite yet because I want there to be a level of um, realism or realistic. I don't want to taint his opinion on what it is that I'm seeing, but I do want him or her to possibly come on to the show and talk about uh, the data that they've been collecting and how long that's been going on for, why they're collecting the data, because I have a feeling that it's probably very similar to something that I've experienced, as well as trying to kind of figure out if there's some trends that I can identify that help me to determine what a squeeze looks like, where it starts, where it might end, those different types of things. But I have not been tracking this. The during hours percent move. Um, I'm tracking it slightly differently than this. But because the way that they're tracking this, it actually kind of adds to the information I'm seeing. And I don't want to give again. I don't want to give anything away quite yet. I do want to see naturally how they tend to describe what it is that they're looking at, and if they do see any patterns. So hopefully they'll accept the request. We are small beans over here on this YouTube channel, but that's not what it's about. It's about just trying to get information out there for apes to see. So we'll see what happens. I can say I feel comfortable that it's probably okay to say what they had said to me. So they started collecting and documenting the price action as a new way to see the data rather than in a chart. I see a turnaround starting and hoping for us to see 60 again before March starts calling. What are you seeing? And so I really didn't want to say what it was I was seeing again to keep it kind of sterile. The conversation. I don't want to interject my thoughts or opinions into what it is that they're saying. But when we talk, I would love to discuss it. We did break outside this wedge, and we are still trading underneath the VWAP, but we're heading back up here towards this 43.95 level of resistance, and moving out of Eric's price range for the day. I keep getting requests. I don't know. I don't know if this is. It could be like a legit. I'm not sure, but I keep getting these requests to do some consultation with overseas companies. Due to the work that I've had in the past history, I have some possibly confidential information that I can't talk to them about. So they keep trying to hit me up to talk to them, and they're willing to pay me these consultation fees to come and talk to them. It's just like I can't talk about what it is you want me to talk about. It's really kind of interesting. If there was ever a time in my life where uh, you know somebody asked me, like, have you ever been approached by somebody from China to try and get trade secrets? Uh, this would be it. I never thought it would happen to me. I'm small beans, right? Like I'm not anybody important or special. But I have been, I've been getting these LinkedIn contacts that want to get a hold of me and do live consultations over the internet to talk about industry standards. Not going to happen. So we are trading up for the day. We're currently moving into a positive territory with 88 million shares traded. Let's see how the rest of the market's looking right now. And this will take a second to update. With our negative beta to the rest of the market, I'm not really seeing that. The trends that we're seeing right now are not really correlating to that the idea that we're negatively impacted by what happens to the market. Negatively meaning the inverse happens to us. So if the market's up, we're down. If the market's down, we're up. Because yesterday the market was up and so were we. Market's still up with 4,964 advancers, 1,465 decliners. The heat map looks decent. The banking industry's doing all right currently. If this has updated already. Yeah, so looking pretty good. I'd say that there's just kind of a lot of consolidation happening right now. If we were to kind of move back out to like maybe a 5-minute trend, I kind of see just a little bit of consolidation happening right now. There's not a whole lot to base off of. But I would like to see that nice George W. George W would be awesome. Build up a nice George W here and then skyrocket off onto new territory in the later half of the day today. Okay, let's look at let's look at all our indicators. We currently have still 1 million shares available to borrow. It doesn't look like that's changing a whole lot on our options. We are currently, again, the put option strength point had increased. Looks like it had increased to $45, but it looks like it's starting to get a little more strength at the $40 range now. So it's moving all over the place. They're not quite sure where they're going to end up for the week. So there's kind of a lot of support somewhere between the $40 and $45 range in there. Like it's just kind of increasing as a whole in that general area. But we'll change it to 40 and put in 10.3. For the calls, we're still at 40 at 34.9. So we now have a spread of $5 between the levels of support for the calls and puts. Yesterday, what did we finish the volume at yesterday? 165 million. That was definitely higher than I had thought it was going to get to. I'm telling you, the pre-market data was looking extremely weird. It was totally abnormal for what we normally see. It's just unexpected what was going to happen. Currently, short share interest is at 14.66%, with 2.26 million shares borrowed for the day. Let me refresh this just to verify that's the most accurate data. Yeah, it is. 2.26. So we'll update the borrowed shares from 1.55 to 2.26. Institutional buyers versus sellers. We're still working off of data from 6:30. All this data, pretty much most of all this data in here is all from that time frame from 6:30, including this most recent one. This I can't even say that. And Associates Financial Services Happenowitz. Seems like that might be Israeli, maybe. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. 10,000 shares that they bought back on the 30th. We could look at the company and see what they do. Here's their 13F. It doesn't disclose their average share price, so my guess would be is that there's a chance that they might own more shares, but usually that shows a share has changed if they do. Let's look into this company. Let's just see what they're about. I believe that I can search for AMC specifically. Yeah, it's just that one filing on the reporting period of 6/30. I do want to see. Yeah, I like to kind of look and see their portfolio value is $226 million. This could just be like a small company. That trades. Let's check it out here though. I like to see who's buying. Is regulated by the SEC in the state of Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's just an investment firm, it looks like. Yeah. So we picked up an investment firm back in the end of June for 10,000 shares. Let me refresh this and see if we have anything else that's popped up. I don't see anything else. We're back in the green again. Just about 1.5%, a little less than 1.5% trading. Duncan. Not in control as they'd like to be. Uncertain from their point is a good sign. Means they're not in control as they'd like to be. Oh, in reference to the options, yeah. That is a good sign. They're definitely. I definitely agree with you. They're not in control right now. I mean, I do think that they're in control. I mean, they are adjusting the price, but probably not as in control as they would like to be. We're seeing definitely some consolidation here. If they could short this down, the problem is that I still believe that they have failure to delivers that they have to cover for, and that's going to continue on this price increase at least for a couple days into trading, and even a couple days into next week as well. So it's not over. Let's see. I've got about 13 minutes before I head to break. Before the hedge fund quote unquote power hour from 11 to 12 today, which I will be back for. And of course, as usual, I'll leave the live stream running. We're kind of struggling to get past this level of resistance at $43.95, so basically $44. It's kind of a hard point for us right now. This almost looks like a reverse head and shoulders. Upside down, I don't know what the term is for it exactly, but this would be a bullish indicator. Right, so you've got your shoulder, your shoulders here, your head's here, and your next shoulder's here, which typically means you know, that the price is going to increase. I guess we'll see what happens. An upside down head and shoulders. I think they have a term for it. Let me look and see what that's called. That's flags, wedges, triangles. No, I don't. The one that I see that it's in Investopedia is right here. It's showing, you've got your. Sorry guys, I always keep up those tally marks, and I know they get distracting. You have your shoulder, your head, and then your shoulder, and which indicates price increase. And you can see that this secondary shoulder here is not it's not real smooth or anything like that. So it doesn't have to be like a very specific shoulder, but it's just kind of a double top with a kind of a third one that peaks down below. I should say double bottom. That's not a top, it's a bottom. But yeah. Yeah. So that's what we could be seeing right here. I always think that if I drew a circle around this, it would look like a sleepy face. 93 million shares traded. The level 2 book orders are flying. Let's see where we're at for inflow versus outflow. 956 million inflow versus 890 outflow. I want to pull up something real quick that I found on Fidelity yesterday. It was something I was struggling to find again, but I refound it. Actually, there's two things that I want to show on it. One's not good info. Actually, maybe it's updated since yesterday, but Fidelity inflow versus outflow orders, and it's just orders. It's not actually shares that were purchased, and that's something that I made a mistake on in reporting previously. But let me pull this up and we'll take a look at it. Their orders by Fidelity. Yesterday it was marginally ahead on the ratios. Is this yesterday's data? It says 721 on it. Okay, so today's a little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday was marginally higher. So today it's showing currently 56% buys to 44% sells. Yesterday it was like 50, just barely over 50% buys to sells. So there was a lot of selling happening yesterday. I think there might have been some paper hands who got in at some point and they kind of lost interest because they were maybe a little afraid when we had that price drop. It's going to happen every single time that we have new investors who buy in, and then it just so happen to buy in at a top and then it drops. They sell. I've done it before. I think there's plenty of people out there who've probably done that in their lifetime where they bought into a stock and then sold too early and the price drives back up on them. So I've done it. Let me show you the other thing I wanted to show you on AMC. This should get interesting. You might like this. The reason I pulled it to the side is I want to keep some of my information private. So I apologize that I'm not showing you where it is that I'm going to. I don't know. Actually, I don't see anything wrong with what I'm looking at right now. Maybe I take a chance. I don't see anything that is incriminating right now, so I'll pull it over. So if you have Fidelity, or if you're using Fidelity, if you type in AMC into the search bar, right, it'll pull up the stock for you and give you some information in here. Just a lot of different information that you can kind of look up on how the stock is doing. But more importantly, if you go to options, and then if you go to probability calculator, it's 3, 4, 5, fifth one over here. I was struggling to find this. Actually, if you look at you can actually look at the option chain here, which is actually probably one of the better places to look at it compared to what I'm looking at. In fact, I don't know. Maybe I'll keep this open instead of Yahoo. This might be a little easier to see. I don't know. What do you think, Duncan? Tell me how you think, and I'll look and see. Because I mean, it does show out. Even the next week's. option closing. I mean, in one page, I could probably get 3 weeks worth. And we can kind of see in a glance where everything side by side is kind of lining up at. Although, let's see. Just out of curiosity, I had puts at 40, which is here, which is accurate. I'm just looking to see if it includes the values that we need to see. So 45 to 40 is all in there. If it was a lower value, the strength point, I might miss it. I don't know. I might stick with Yahoo. Anyways, going back, go to the options, go to probability calculator, and in here, it gives you a probability of what it thinks the price of the stock's going to be in any given period of time. So if you wanted to look towards the end of the month, it's saying that they're targeting $42 as the probability for end of the month, with a 48.35% probability it'll be above versus a 51.65% probability it'll be below. But as you move out, you can kind of see that the probability, you know, it looks like, what are these statistics? I don't even know what the statistics are in this range in here. This is probably your second sigma. So you have like your first sigma in here, and this is probably like your second sigma. So there is a probability that sometime between, you know, now where we're at and, I don't know, let's just pick August as the case. Can we move the probability? I guess not. Yeah, see, it says 3 standard deviations. So this is your third standard. So your first standard deviation is going to be this dark blue. Light blue is going to be your second, and your third's this one in here. So you know, there is within a second level of standard deviation by the end of August, we could be anywhere from, and I'm kind of having to guess these prices, but somewhere, I guess we'll just say between 42 and almost $100, which is not bad. Second standard deviation it's a possibility. Third is kind of sketchy, but it is doable. An outlier would be anything outside of that range. So it's interesting to see. You know, and if something does drastically happen to the price of the stock, we'll probably see these levels or these deviations change. Anyways, just wanted to kind of throw that up there. Let's see how my portfolio is looking. My eyes only. Interesting. Let's see. What do you got? Phased out a bit. Come again. No problem. I was just mentioning that on that Fidelity. Oh, dang it. I just put it up there. Oh, well, you guys know how much I got now. On Fidelity, if you go into the stock, ignore that screen, guys. Ugh. If you go into options for AMC, you can actually check out hold on 1 second. Trying to pull it back up again. Okay. So if you go into Fidelity, you can check out the options, and I was just trying to see if what you thought about like this as being a better looking page than Yahoo. The only problem that I have with this is that if you look, it only shows this $38 to $47 range, and as of right now, the way I'm seeing it, the strong point for the puts is $40, so it does happen to cover that, but we do have a secondary kind of position that's up at 35 that you can't see on this page. I'm sure I can probably expand it. It looks like it shows 10 strikes. I could put up 20. I don't know if this looks cleaner. I don't know if this looks cleaner or not as to what it is that we're seeing. But it kind of does show the volume a little bit better. I don't know. Tell me what you think. Do you prefer that, or do you prefer this? Which one? That or this? And this also helps us look into the future too. We can see the futures. Each one of these are the new weeks for the options. Okay, moving back into green territory on the stock. I felt like we saw a little bit of a shoulder, head shoulder, but it hasn't quite reversed. And this point's a little bit lower than this one over here, so it might be an invalid technical analysis. I'm going to go ahead and leave it up there for right now, though. 97 million shares traded by 10:30. So 2 hours into trading for the day, one little less than 1/3 of the day over, and we are almost at 100 million shares traded. I had kind of predicted in the range of 240 to 260, which is, if we do continue this decline in shares traded, that definitely comes in that range. Our last candlestick was at 444 shares, 444,000 shares traded, and I've always maintained you want to see over 250, right? And so we do have some candlesticks that are underneath that 250 mark, which happens to be, I believe, this right about here. So we are having a few candlesticks that are underneath those values. So volume's decreasing. We have moved into the hedge fund power hours in about 30 minutes. So I am going to go ahead and take my break for the day. One of my 2 breaks, and I will see you guys back on here in probably about 40 minutes, less than 40 minutes. So I'll be back. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit. And let me know, Duncan, on that. On those, how do you see those options? They look better on Fidelity, because I could always just keep that screen open. I'll get back here in a little bit and we'll talk. Okay, you silly apes. Look at you guys playing with bananas over there. What a bunch of silly guys. All right. So we're having some major consolidation right now. Let me just go ahead and delete this head and shoulders that I had plotted out earlier. We're going to draw out our consolidation. I think we got enough touch points now. And it'll probably break out pretty soon. But I'm just getting back from break, so I mean we're nearly just squeezing down to the very end of this. Notice volume dropped off. So when I left earlier, I'm pretty certain that the volume was in the 90 million-ish range. So we've only picked up like 10 million or so in the last 30 minutes. Consolidating to what? What are we moving to? It's hard to say based on what I'm seeing right here. But you know, we can look at RSI and see how it's kind of looking. RSI is right down the middle of the road, 52.23 at the 30-minute interval and 43.92, so kind of on the lower side at the 5-minute interval. So, you know, this is, again, we're entering into that period of time that's the hedge fund power, what I like to call the hedge fund power hour. So don't be surprised if this doesn't break out going down. To 42.36 is what we're probably looking at as a test, and if it tests that 42.36, it'll probably be dropping below that. If it doesn't, if it breaks out going up, we could probably have a really nice run up for a little bit here. So here we go. Let's watch this. How is this going to play out? Up or down? Heads or tails? Let's see. I don't see in the order flow, I'm not seeing like huge amounts of pressure on either side. Okay, there we go. We got a 42.99 wall that formed, and we just blew right past that. So it looks like we could be breaking out going up. Okay, so maybe this is the new move. This is the new trend here. But if it does settle down, you know, say it doesn't continue to break out continuously going up, I would probably just draw this wedge out a little bit further. And, you know, it just depends on whether or not they're going to resist the movement upwards. Looking at the available shares to borrow, not moving for quite a while now. 2 hours, hour and a half. They did add back some ETFs. On the options, the highest level of support is still at the $45 mark. It's increased from 34.9 to 41.5. And maybe a secondary runner up would probably be this $50 mark right here. Boy, I really need to start remembering to get rid of those tallies. Okay, then on the put side, it looks like the biggest amount of strength is still at the $40 mark. It's increased from 10.3 options to 15.7. It's all right, Duncan. I'm back, and I'm pushing the buttons again now, so we're cooking with grease. Yeah, I got back just in the nick of time. You're welcome. Let's see here. How's the market doing as a whole? $51.40. So there's way more advancers today than there was yesterday. 5,140 advancers to 1,372 decliners. As a whole, the market seems to be generating good advancements on all three trading platforms. Nice movement upwards. Our level of resistance going to be at that $44 mark. That'll be the we've tested it. How many times now? Looks like we drove past it earlier this morning, pretty early on. Came back down. Then we tested it once, tested it twice, broke through the third time, but came back down. And now it looks like we're going to go on and test it a fourth time. Typically speaking, that's when you really break through it. So we'll see if that holds true. Just want to look at the 5-minute mark here. I kind of wanted to see a George W, but this is like the funkiest looking George W I've ever seen if it does take off. I mean, it is technically a W if it goes. More George W on cocaine again. Cocaine W. Can we talk about it on YouTube? I don't know. Who cares? We're talking about it on YouTube. We have another Fintel, another purchaser of shares. This is again probably on the 30th. Reported on the yeah, it is reported on the 30th where they bought AMC Entertainment. It looks like, and if you look at this company, AMC Entertainment Holdings, this company right here, AE Wealth Management, they had purchased shares back in 2020, and then they had purchased more shares in 2020, so like 6/30, 9/30, 12/31, and then they sold all their shares at the end of March. Boy, I bet they were pissed about that. And it looks like they're coming back for more. So they started buying shares again at the end of June. They bought 10,282 shares. So more institutional owners buying in at the end of June. So more strength. At the end of June. Ooh, they bought at the end of June. Man, I don't know who's running that over there, but they sold in. I gotta look at that again. I feel sorry for the guy who's managing that fund because he sold all of their shares at the end of April. No, I'm sorry, the end of March. So he missed the run up in the end of May. It runs up and then he buys back in and it falls more. Ooh. I feel bad for this guy. This guy needs to learn he should have learned his lesson the first time. You hold. Yikes. probably trying to make a recovery from how much money they lost. Actually, they would have gained money because the shares that they bought were early last year, which would have been super low prices. So they probably made some money, but it wouldn't have been as much as they could have made if they had kept holding their shares. And they had quite a few. I don't know if you saw that or not. I'll put it back up real quick. They had, it appears like they had 75,000 shares, roughly. And you can see the prices they were selling at 341 and 450. So if they sold all those at the end of May, or March rather, they would have made some good money. No, not great money. Not like the kind of money they could have made at after June's initial run up. But maybe they see that happening again. Maybe they see something coming, and that's why they're getting back into this with 10.2 thousand shares. Just out of curiosity, I'm curious what the price was at the end of March. This is like the worst way to do it. Like, there's so many easier ways for me to look this up. It was like it was $10. They would have doubled their money on 75,000 shares at about $10 a share. What is that? Mathing. Close to $1 million. But they would have only doubled their money, so it means they invested about $375,000 into it, and increased that from 375 to 750. Maybe they'll stick around a little bit longer this time around. Like I was saying earlier, this looks like, even though we broke out of that channel, or that wedge that I had created, I'm going to just kind of extend the wedge a little bit here, because I feel like we just kind of extended down the road. It still looks like consolidation. It didn't just break out like way above where we're at. So we'll draw something like this. I mean, it may continue to just keep pushing through the top here, and I'll just correct the wedge as needed. But we want to see it. We want to see it break through that basically $44 wall. Especially since it's Eric's top price prediction wall. I don't even know if he's watching, but guess there's a guy over there that ain't getting his Xmas bonus. Oh yeah, let's cover that that article you put up. I clicked on that link and then forgot to come back to it here. Let me just fix something real quick here. Okay, not a DD, but a little thought experiment. I've been wondering why Citadel doesn't just bend over and take it every day that passes. It will just hurt more. Also wondering why that hedge fund smelling the blood don't go all in and rip Citadel apart. Would be easy prey. So, and I think I'm just going to answer that real quickly. Part of that might be because of the fact that there are some big hitters out there right now of hedge funds that are in this. Citadel being one of them. If you look at their account size, it's in the trillions. So that let's say you were a hedge fund and you smelled the blood in the water and you come after Citadel. Imagine how that's going to look if you fail. What boat are you going to be sitting in after everything dries up? So that would probably be the number one reason why they're not coming after him right away. This shark is going to have to go down by other means for those jackals to come in and start picking away at it. So let's keep going. Now try and follow me a little tale of how I see it. You and your homie friends are just hanging around the pool having a good time. Suddenly one of your homie friends decides that he wants some more cash just because he can. Your homie friend then walks down to the local convenience store and robs one of the cash registers. Your homie friend knows nobody is going to do a damn thing about it. The manager get his fair cut, so he really doesn't give a shit. The security, I like how they put each one of these things. So the manager would be the market makers, right? And then the SEC, they capitalize the security guard as the SEC. The security guard doesn't really understand what is going on, and if he does catch one of your homie friends with their hands in the register, he confiscates the pretty change, but lets him keeps the rest. The owner of the store is also okay with it as long as your homie friends don't try to rob all the registers at the same time. The store still makes profit, he still gets paid, and the store's policy is that whoever is at the cash register has to cover any missing money from their own pockets. Only one who's really losing on this deal is your average Jane and Joe who is behind the registers. For your homie friend, today is just business as usual until out of the effing blue comes Monkey Boy and starts bashing your homie friend's head in. Now, why would you care about your homie friend? You're not really that close. I'll tell you why. Because if you let this happen to your homie friend, what is stopping the effing ape from doing it to you or other homie friends the next time you feel like picking up your paycheck by robbing the local convenience store? If the apes succeed in taking down a major hedge fund or two, the game of shorting has changed, which is their way of making big bucks. If this goes down, they will always have to they will always have to factor apes into the equation, and that is a problem because apes are unknown and don't act rational. They are scared shitless of losing control and future income. Keep your proud ape chins up high because we are in the middle of disrupting how the whole market works. Yeah, that's definitely the case. They're definitely afraid. But honestly, in my opinion, what I wanted to see happen is I just want to see I want to see rule modifications. I also want to see not just the rule modifications, but I also want to see there are things like uh, something stronger than fines for breaking the rules, because these fines, they just kind of work into their market structure. And if they're just working into their market structure, if they know that it's going to cost them X amount of dollars to achieve a large sum of money, then they just work it in there and they say, okay, well, here's what it's going to cost us to get there. Now, if you start talking about things like jail time, that's going to change some minds, right? Because who wants to sign off on that? Because if they go to jail for something, that's really what we should be talking about. We should be talking about something other than fines as ultimatums to keep their to keep an honest practice happening in a fair market. I mean, for crying out loud, Martha Stewart went to jail for I don't know how long. It seemed like forever. For insider trading. What the heck? Like, she can do that. She can go to jail for that, but these hedge funds are allowed to do these dark pool trades to short stocks into oblivion and steal people's money because they're interested in investing in a company that actually is a good company. Come on, AMC does not deserve to to be shorted into just into being bankruptcy. AMC is not a bankruptcy type company. I mean, I'm not saying down the future, like wait, I'm not saying that in the future there couldn't be a point in time where they become obsolete. But I am saying right now they are definitely not a company that should be bankrupt, into not existing anymore. There's just no way. There's plenty of business. Especially after this pandemic. So many people want to go out and see movies. I feel like there's a pattern in here I'm missing. Well, that's a George W. Sloppy, but that is a George W. I just feel like there's something we're missing here. So Adam Aaron tweeted, as CEO and president of AMC for 5.5 years, I am flattered that last night the AMC board of directors elected me to serve now as chairman of the board. Also, as well as CEO and president too, I will do my best to act with honor and distinction in these roles. I'm laughing because, not because he's honored, but well, I guess it's because he would be saying or suggesting that he wouldn't be the natural pick for the position, like they would have had somebody else in mind. I can't imagine if that were the case who they would pick. I'll tell you what I want to see him do though. He's got to pick an ape. He's got to pick an ape to sit on the board somewhere. I don't know who, but an ape needs to come onto that board and you know we need some kind of investor relationship between this group of retail investors that is so massive. Somebody needs to be sitting on that board who can make decisions that help to promote what the ape objective is, the ultimate ape objective, which is to buy and to hold and to save this damn company from going into bankruptcy. So and that's we need some kind of representation. I think one person on the board is not asking too much. I there was a one point in time uh, when I had first realized that those two board positions were going to be coming available. I had kind of thought in my mind, because it was after Trey and Adam had their first interview, and I started thinking in my head, I was like, God, it would be amazing to see Trey on the board of directors for AMC. But the more I started thinking about it, I really think that would be a terrible thing for Apes. I think Trey's job and what he does in talking about this, I think he would be binded, and he would be unable to say some of the things that he wants to say. I think he would be a great representative for our group. And when I say our group, I mean as retail investors and what we're trying to accomplish with this company. I think he would be a perfect person for that. However, I think that he's so important in creating um, knowledge, uh, enthusiasm, a lot of the things that kind of help people to kind of move along or progress into having diamond hands for this stock. he would not be able to say the things that he needs to say, and we don't want that to go away. I don't think anybody wants that to go away. So, as much as I would like to see him on the board, I think it would ultimately not be a good thing. I don't know. I'm torn. It'd be both good and bad. Matt Kors, I think that's another name that would probably come up as somebody who could sit on the board. I'm not so thrilled about Matt. I don't know. I've never really felt like Matt was like super gung ho AMC. I mean, he is AMC, but I mean, he's not like, yeah, he's just kind of like, he's an amazing technical analysis person, and he does this great TA, but but it's for everything. It's not just for AMC. It's also for GME. I guess I wouldn't feel so bad if we got him in as a board member. I don't think that losing him to the community and what he has to say would be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad as losing Trey. I'm trying to think who else out there in the YouTube community who would possibly be a good pick, and I can't think of anybody. There might be one other. Let's see. So again, still just consolidating. Let's see, when does this tip end? 12:57. That's close to the end of the lunch, the power hour for hedge funds. So maybe we see a bunch of the fighting start about that time. It's looking really strong over here on the buy, the bid column of the order book. Almost equally as strong on the ask, but not quite. An awful lot of numbers showing up here ending in 7. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. Why share amounts that end in the number 7? Are you seeing that? 177, 177, 127, 1,267. That's unusual. I can't say that I've ever seen that before. There was a 77. They're showing up on both sides now. Wow, look at the sale orders. What is going on? Something's happening. I don't know if you guys can see this. I had created a, bear with me for just 1 second. I had created this screen right here to be able to zoom in on what's happening there. Let me see if I can just kind of move it up a little bit for you guys. Do you see? I don't know if that's any clearer or not. They're gone now. It's not really there as well as it was. The orders that ended with the share value of 7. But look at the sale wall, the sell wall over here. Look at all those ones and these ones in here. Look at all those 1 share sale orders. What's that about? I don't know that I've seen that before. We have a bunch of resistance right now at the $43 mark. There's 3,600, 700. Weird numbers. I'll put it back to the main screen, but I was trying to develop this software to the point of where what I could do is I could have this whole section right here blown up on the right hand side. It does look like up laddering. I've never seen up laddering before though. Like Is that possible? Can we up? I've always kind of debated as to whether or not up laddering was a possibility, but I've never seen it happen. Because you know, a long time ago, when I was like, how can we, you know, how can we defend ourselves against short ladder attacks? And I thought to myself, like, well, you know, what's the opposite of a short ladder attack? And I was like, well, an up ladder attack. But how would you, you know, like, would it be possible to be able to do that? But it does. I mean, what you're saying. I mean, that looks like it to me. But again, they're back again. These 7 values. Are you seeing these shares? Look at these 177. These numbers are just like crazy, ending in 7s. I can't say I've ever seen that. So weird. Let's look at some of our other analysis. To be honest, don't think so. But then again, have seen so many strange things over the last 6 months. I know. I feel like I learn new stuff all the time. It excites me. I like learning new things. Let's look at our data and see if we're seeing some anything new at all whatsoever that would jump out at us as an abnormality. Okay, nothing there. Let's look under here. We'll go ahead and update this just so that it's on par with where we've been. It is now up to 44.3 with the puts at still 40, yeah, 16.5. Okay, so nothing there. Short share interest is at 14%, so that's dropped quite a bit. It's almost a full percentage lower than it was. 2.85, so I'll just throw it up here so you guys can see it. 2.85 million shares borrowed. So that's up. So strange. Okay, so now I don't know how much you can see here, but I'm gonna get rid of my picture just so you can see more data. We're starting to see the same type of ladder attack happening on the bid side, which would be the downwards pricing or a shorting attack, short ladder attack on the share price. What's the opposite of shorting? I don't know. Like, why did I? It's just a long position. There should be a name for that. The opposite of shorting. Adding. Talling. Short and tall. Opposite of short is tall. We'll ask Chris. Hey Chris, what's the opposite of short? Only Chris knows. Let's see. So yeah, we'll call it talling. Tall laddering. Chris is going to kick my ass now. Let's see. Well, let me check something real quick here. I had asked individuals to possibly come onto the show and talk with us about some of their findings. And of course, like, you know, I think in order for me to be able to get more people to come onto the show to talk, I'm gonna have to get our viewership up. I really don't do a whole lot of advertising at all, so I might have to start going out and doing some advertising. But you know, it'd be really cool if we could get some of these people to come on and just kind of talk about what it is that they're seeing. Um, Part of the reason why I'm doing these shows are just so that we can have a documentation of what's happening through this process. I want somebody to be able to come back and look at the daily information, and if they want to come back and they want to see something that happened during a certain period of time, they can come here and see all the technical data as it's occurring live. So that's like my number one reason that I'm here. Probably would be for that alone. It's kind of a tie with that, and also providing all apes or any apes who want to see, you know, Ortex data or Fintel data or ask questions, anything like that. That's also another huge reason why I'm here. I'm learning, and I'm hoping that, you know, we can get smart people on here to talk, and we can all learn together and make up new words like tolling or new trading terms, calling it tolling a stock instead of shorting it. So many sevens. It's really kind of funny on the now I'm seeing a bunch that end in like fours. It's like somebody decided to start playing a game and seeing what would happen to the other side if they played the game. 177. This number 177. All right. If I had to guess what this 177 number is this is a whale. This is a big institutional buyer that came in, and they wanted to buy a shit ton of shares. And I thought about this at one point. Like, what if you had $50 million to throw at this stock, right? Let's just figure that out real quick here. So if you got, let's say you had $50 million you wanted to throw in here. You're like, let's throw some money in. So you're gonna divide that by, you know, we're trading at like 42.5, right? So that's gonna be 1.176 million shares. You can't just place an order for 1.176 million shares. You got to do increments, right? There's no way, like, you can't just flood the market with that many shares all at once. So, you know, when these institutional investors come in, I believe that they're coming in and they're buying in chunks, blocks. And these blocks are happening. You know, this could be a lot of the reason why we're not seeing some of these big buys coming in is because they're trading them in the dark pools. But it could be some of these institutional investors might be getting a little bit smart and doing smaller chunks and allowing this to go through the market so that we're seeing the effects or the positive price movement because of these blocks going through in smaller chunks. Why 177 shares? I don't know. Maybe it's so that people can see it. Such a weird number. Normally it's like 150. Like I see 150s on there. I see 100s, 200s, 300s. Okay, so we're starting to break outside down the bottom side of this wedge. If we test 42.36 and break out below that, I won't adjust the wedge down. Yeah, the algo computers, the computer systems that they run on, something's going on. Now we got 121s. It's trading in like just odd amounts. It looks like somebody's trying to break the system. Maybe they're trying. It looks almost like if it reminds me of like lock picking. You know, if you were lock picking something and you're trying to find the right combination, and so you just keep trying different numbers. Right. That's exactly what the dark pools were for. Large amounts of shares. So if they are coming in and buying it at smaller values, maybe they're making them odd values like that so that it doesn't trip some kind of system or some kind of something that causes the price to shoot way up. You know, still cause it to show positive growth, but not impact it in a way that where it would just shoot way up really fast. Because you know, obviously, if you're buying a huge chunk of shares, you wouldn't want to buy in at like huge price increases along the way. You'd want it to kind of come down over time and buy lower, 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 but without affecting the price too much. Which again, which is why you would use a dark pool. So just some odd numbers coming in through here. This really feels like somebody's trying to pick the combination. There's a 5,000 share wall at 42.85. Feeling fidgety. I'm gonna grab my poker chips. If they start clicking too much and it bothers you, let me know. I try to keep it kind of quiet. I'm playing with my poker chips and shuffling them in my hand. Oh, you couldn't see that. Oops. Playing with the poker chips, just kind of shuffling them real quietly if I can. I don't know if I can show that any better on the camera. I don't know if that shows very well. Duncan, do you play poker at all? Or any card games? Do they have any kind of card games in Denmark that you guys play that are favorites that I might know of? Or maybe even a traditional one that you play over there that I wouldn't know of? And I want to remind you guys that the price prediction that I made for today is strictly based off of nothing that I normally predict off of. This 46 and 49 dollars was based off of a 10% increase on the price for the day, and I'll show you why later. You know, I do have a feeling that we're going to have a run up in the end half of the day today, and we might end up seeing like that 10% mark. Now, if I'm wrong, then whatever that analysis, that technical analysis that I was looking at, or repeating trend that I saw is not actually real. So we'll see what ends up happening. That'll be kind of interesting. I'm hoping that it's right. because if it's right 3 days in a row, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no, if it's right all the way up to Friday. If this price prediction is up right all the way up to Friday, then I'll have some news for next week that's going to be interesting. So we'll see. We'll see if I can nail the next couple days on the money. So we started to take a swing back up before we even got down to 42.36. So I'm not going to delete this wedge just yet. It could be that it just kind of got extended out a little. Yeah, so board games, mostly with miniatures, so painting while watching, listening to you. Oh, Warcraft? Is it Warcraft type stuff? I think I'm saying it right. Maybe it's not Warcraft. What is the name of that game? I used to have some friends that used to play a game, and I can't remember what. I think it was Warcraft or something like that. But they painted uh, their pieces and then play with them on this huge tables that would have like terrain and all kinds of stuff on it, and create these battles. It was so long. I was like, I was introduced into that world and was completely overwhelmed really quickly. Warhammer, that's it. Not so much. I am thinking Warhammer. Yeah, that's. I was introduced to Warhammer a decade or more ago, and that was something else, man. I tell you, those guys are in some serious uh, battlefield war scenarios and stuff. It's crazy. What you're into though, is it similar to Warhammer? Because if it is, uh, I've got money says you're a lot smarter than you're leading off to be. only, uh, only the smartest of smart people that I know play those kind of games. My DD does not allow that. My ADD used to do that, but that's 20 something years ago. Yeah, it's an older game. It might have been more than 10 years ago that I saw that. Okay. I feel like if I was drugged up on like Ritalin, like maybe I could focus long enough to like have enough of attention span to watch or play one of those games. Oh, more complex than standard board games, but less time consuming. That's cool. I think we have some games like that here at the house. We play a lot of board games over here as well. Again, I'm not gonna dissolve this consolidation wedge, even though we're breaking out on the upside, just because it just may be getting extended out slightly. May just be a new touch point. It'll have to. It's gonna have to break on either side of these two yellow lines, the 43.95 or the 42.36, in order for me to consider it over. Let's see what we got in the Reddit community. I'm on hot. So this is by CRSCRPR. Chris Gripper. We're about to see 100 plus by end of week, but it's all planned. A couple of weeks ago, we started noticing MSM attention on AMC. Last week, the sell at 100 shill campaign launch. Yesterday, TMF prints an article that headline basically said, get out of these 3 stocks while you can turn a profit. These stocks were Moderna, GME, and AMC. GME and AMC started running yesterday. This is an attack on the 50 to 70 bag holders. They are targeting you all. They know you are new. They know you are nervous. They want to see some green, and then the slow bleed will start again. They know nobody will sell at 100 plus Friday, but they also know that that when they drop it to 10% to 90 the following Monday, those that bought at 70 will consider selling. Don't fall for it. Y'all think it's hard to hold in the red. All right. I think they're a little off. Their numbers are slightly off. I understand what they're saying here. But based on what, and this is the trend that I'm seeing. Based on what I'm seeing, they're slightly off. The price run up this week is not going to be up to 100. We'll be lucky to get over, I don't want to say 70, but we'll get over 60. We're going to get over 60, I think, by the end of this week, for sure. But then what's going to happen is Friday, I'm really suspecting a 20% drop on Friday. And what's going to happen is we're going to be sitting on that 20%. Think about all those people who bought in at $60 and $70. If they see it hit 60, they're back to either breaking even or almost even. And then the very following day they see another 20% drop. How many of those new $60 to $70 apes are going to sell? And I can almost guarantee it's going to be a lot of them. If they can form diamond hands, and this is not going to be crucial to the rest of us, but if those guys can form some diamond hands and stick it out through that, what they're going to see next week is going to be the big money. And so, we're going to have to say a prayer for all those guys who are guys and gals who are trying to hold through this. I feel for them, man. I understand what it's like to start out in a stock, have it drop on you almost immediately, and then come back and watch it stall out again. And it just makes you want to sell so bad. Been there. We did that. A while back on this stock already a couple times. But direct them here. Direct those people here. I will talk to them. I will plead with them and tell them the story about what has happened. If you have people that that are thinking like that, we've got plenty of information to show, to spread, to say that what's going to happen in the future is well worth waiting for. But I do believe that we will see a 20% drop on Friday. It's coming. Be watchful. That's why I was saying earlier about options. If anybody who's listening is playing options, be wary of Friday because you may not get a chance to get out in time. We'll likely probably see the drop start in the after hours on Thursday. So watch out if you're playing options. And this is just history repeating itself. We've already done this before. Go back to May and look at it. You'll see it. This is why keeping track of records is so important, and that's the guest that I want to talk to. That's why it's so important to hear what people like that have to say as they're tracking this. What are you seeing when you track this? As we all track these numbers, if we all start to track them, we're going to see patterns. They should stick out. Much like tracking these stocks too, daily. I didn't have any clue on how to do these wedges and parallel paths and George W's and cup and handles. What else is there? I mean, there's like tons of. I had no idea about that stuff. I had to learn about it. And that's this whole process of learning about how these patterns are repeating over and over is stuff that we're learning about now, just now. We didn't know about these patterns, and everybody's seeing this parabolic formation happening, and nobody knows. Nobody's able to point out and say like, oh, this is why it's happening. And it's because it's new to everybody. It's new to a lot of people, and I see what's happening. I see the pattern repeating itself, and it makes sense to me. It makes complete sense as to why it's happening. We have a bid wall at 4280 of 5,660 shares. So it looks like we're trying to hold price still. This consolidation is just happening more and more. This consolidation is for a movement for RIP to go upwards. If we were going to see like a huge price increase, this is what we would want to see. Because it means the RSI is starting to fall. It means that it's not oversold or overbought, which allows us to move upwards in that price. If you notice, we were way overbought this morning going into the market open, and as soon as market open and our price shot up, that number went way up. And now we've consolidated and gotten that number way back down again. At the 5-minute interval, again, it was kind of low on the 5-minute interval. It was kind of low going into market open, but then launched way up over the top of the high point of 70, and then slowly worked its way back down with this consolidation to where we're hovering at right about 47 almost. So this is good consolidation for a rip up. It doesn't mean that it can't go down though too. But I'm bullish today. So I think that there's going to be a rip up. Is that? Yeah, it's just massive consolidation. It is 12:05. We are at 115 million shares traded. So we're about 20 minutes past the halfway mark for the day, which would put us about, if we were to continue to trade like this into the end of the day, which I don't expect, but if we were, it would be a 230 million share trade for the day, which will actually be just underneath the price volume predictions I had. I had 240 to 260. But if we do see this thing rip towards the later half of the day today, we could see volume spike back up again, which is this is what we're consolidating to. We're consolidating to a point of large movement in one direction or the other. We are currently down 0.7% for the day. GME is down 1.61% for the day. Cinemark is up 7.7%. Um, Currently on Fidelity, we have more buy orders than we have sell orders. We're at 56% buy and 44% sell. So there is more buyers than sellers. I'm assuming that that's probably in actual shares. It's probably more as well. We are at the top of the list today. Again. Most heavily traded. It's kind of funny how that works out. Most heavily traded, but your games involve good food and loads of beer, huh? Yeah, that's good. That's probably the best way to have a game night. Short share interest is at 14.05. Strike that, it's at 14.16. More shares were borrowed. They're at 3.87 million shares, which is roughly about a million shares more than they had earlier. It was 2.85 earlier. It's now 3.87. Okay. On loan returned, we had 5 million show up yesterday. Wasn't it? But they showed up in a way that we've never seen them show up before. But according to this, they returned 11.1 million shares that they had loaned somebody. Man, talk about kind of like just narrowing this down into the tip of the needle. My goodness. How much further are they going to let this consolidate? We want some action. One of your favorite movie scenes is from The 13th Warrior, where Antonio Banderas is sitting at the campfire listening to the Vikings talking and slowly picking it up, one word at a time. In reference to us sitting here and learning this piece by piece as we sit here and watch it happen. I don't know that I've seen that movie. I might have to watch that. And when they ask him, "How do you know our language?" he replies, "I listened. My experience following AMC has been a lot like that. Naked shorts, huh? Listening, reading, learning, and at one point now I get it. It seems that every day I still bump into something I don't understand, but with time I will pick it up. Your stream, I feel, is a safe room where we all pick up these things from time to time. Options reset, for example. Yeah. Uh, Learning is cool. I've always toyed around with the idea of going back to school. In fact, John and I had talked about that. You know, we said worst case scenario. Like let's say something, as a very worst case scenario, something were to happen. I think that we've both made enough money on this stock to where we could at least double our money, and it would allow us to walk away because we've been in for a long time. We've been in this very, very early on. So worst case scenario, we double our money when the stock drops to like $20 or something like that, and and what we'd end up doing is I had said as an option, uh, you know, just taking that money and going back to school and learning something new. Um, you know, we were both working a job. I don't want to disclose too much, but we were working a job that is probably not the kind of job that you want to do for the rest of your life. I think both him and I were kind of in a situation where we knew it was just a means to get to another location or another point in life. It was a transferal type point in our lives, um, and I think for both of us, the future and what's beyond AMC is what really excites us. And so we've since moved on, and we're both really excited about what our future holds for us. I know he's got things he's looking into, and I've got things that I jokingly said to my wife the other day. We were watching this TV show, and this guy said he was a retired helicopter pilot, but that he still flew helicopters for like how when you're driving around someplace and you'll see like helicopter rides or something like that. That's what he did for a living. And I told her, I said, "Gosh, if we had enough money after we got done with this, it'd be fun to go get my helicopter's pilot license and then start a business." I just said it jokingly, but start a business flying a helicopter. How rough would that be? That'd be to me that would be really awesome. I'd love to do something like that. I don't think I would actually follow through with it, but there's always an after. And of course, those guys have been flying for years, especially somebody who's retired from the military as a helicopter pilot. Um, they've got years and years of experience, and I know that that wouldn't come right away for me. But if you owned your own helicopter and you got the lessons you went through the school, I don't know that anybody. I don't know. Do you go up to a helicopter pilot when you go and say like how much experience you have before you buy the ticket? I don't know. It'd be pretty funny though if they walked in and they got on the helicopter, you're 1,000 feet off the ground or whatever, and they're like, "Oh yeah, how long you been doing this for?" You're like, "Oh, I picked this up last summer." And of course they would think that you were kidding, and you're like, "No, no, really." The whole rest of the time they're white knuckled, holding on to something in there. But I know that there's other uses for the helicopters too. Like I live kind of in a farm country, and I know that sometimes they use the helicopters to spray the fields with pesticides or what have you. So I'm sure there's a business out there for helicopter pilots. I know, right? Yeah, I'm just as scared as you guys. I've only been doing this for a month. Yeah. You probably learn after like your first time joking around with people like that, not to do that because you run the risk of not having enough barf bags in the helicopter. Oh man, I used to know a pilot. He did small commercial piloting, little Cessnas and whatnot. He would take one of the main businesses that he had was he would fly people over the ocean or a lake or something like that, and people who wanted to dump ashes of their loved ones into the ocean would do that. And so he provided that service by just flying them over the ocean and allowing them to dump their ashes into the ocean. Um, but he had some horror stories of some of the things that had happened uh, with just crazy stuff. Like I remember one of the instances he had somebody. He always made sure that he forced people to do what he called pre-flight checks, and it was to use the restroom before they went, because he had this one instance where this gentleman had to pee mid-flight, and he's like, "Well, we're up here, and this is the only place to go, and I ain't got a bathroom in here." So he handed him a cup. The guy pees in the cup, and then the guy's holding on. I guess they were experiencing turbulence or something like that, and so he said, okay. He told the guy, he's like, just dump the piss out the window, like you're gonna do with the ashes, and so um, I guess he didn't really explain to the guy like how wind works when you're in an airplane like that. And so apparently the guy just kind of took it and just kind of chucked it out the window, kind of thing, like slid open the window and just kind of chucked it. Well, of course, all the wind just blew it right back into the cabin, fistful of cabin. Yeah, so that was unfortunate for him. And then he said the same similar thing happened as well on some of his first few flights when they were dumping the ashes. The people wouldn't stick their arms out. They wouldn't stick their arms out with the ashes far enough and get it down low enough to sprinkle the ashes in the jet stream or the stream of the plane, and so some of the ashes would come blowing back up into the cockpit. He was like that. He said that was kind of one of the dirtiest jobs he'd ever done in his life. Okay, so we are breaking out down now. I might move this, just adjust it and see until we actually cross that 4236 line. I see it as more consolidation. And it does look like it's possible. It is breaking down that hard. 4236. This is a moment that we're going to wait to see here. Which way are we heading? 4236. We want to see it support that. And it's breaking out below it. Okay. $42.20 and continue to move down. It's fighting it. 42.25. There's a wall of support there. It's fighting that wall. 42.36. It's trying to get back up over it. You can see it coming alive. Really trying to support that level. Okay, it's fighting back the other direction. So far, the bear's not sleeping. Or the bull. That's a tough one. I mean, it did break past that level of resistance down. It went down as low as 42.20. My Fibonacci retracements are not always perfect, so it could be that the level was 42.20 or even maybe even a little bit lower than that. But it's hard to say if this was consolidation still. Let me zoom out just a tad bit more. All right, well, what's the high and the low to get the median? So we're going to look for the median here. We got 4650 minus 41.07 divided by 2 plus 4107. So the median is 4375. So if I draw a horizontal line at that point, so this is the median of that previous kind of spike up in the day. The median line runs through here. So the end of our wedge is below that. So I would have expected it to technically drop out because we weren't really supporting a median value throughout the consolidation. You know, see what I'm saying? The consolidation is kind of, as it's consolidating downwards. Should do it from the side, consolidating downwards. Let's see. So I feel like I'm fighting to support that it's going to continue, or that it will go back up. I don't know that it's really broken this level, though. We got another wall at 42.33. If you remember last week, or maybe it was the week before, I can't remember if it was, I think it was last week, I had mentioned that $40 to $45 is that level of investor hesitation, and that the hedge funds had found that sweet mark. Anything less than 40, investors want to buy. Anything more than 45, and investors kind of get shy. So due to the price drop that we had, which is reasonable, and so we're right in the middle of that right now. We're at 40, 42.50 is right in the middle of that. So there just might not be enough volume to kickstart this into a buying pressure. So having said that, we could see the price fall here a little bit. Once we hit down closer to that $40 range, which would be this next line down here, we could see it drop a ways before we would see investors come back to support it. They did borrow some more shares, so yeah, that's recent, I think, unless I update this and it changes. Okay, as of 13/16, so 10 minutes ago, they borrowed about 450,000 more shares, or sorry, 350,000 more shares. So yeah, there's gonna be a bit of a fight coming on here. They're gonna try and knock this price down a little bit. Our options. A strong point was the $40 strike price. Sorry, 45. It is in competition with 50, but still at 40. 50's picking up. Tomorrow, I'll give you a heads up as to what I'm looking at tomorrow. I think tomorrow we break out, and we're definitely hitting up either really close to 60 or slightly above it. So that could be where that number is coming from, why this number is gaining support here at 50. On the puts, $40 is still the strong point at 17.5, so up 1,000. Did anybody watch the Galactic? What am I saying? Did anybody watch the? Why can't I think of the name of the stinking Virgin Atlantic? No, that wasn't what it was. What was the name of the other one that took off? The one that was a rocket. What was it? Oh, it was the one that had Jeff Bezos in it. Blue Origin, that's what it was. Did you watch Blue Origin? How did that go? I didn't have a chance to watch that. Jeff Bezos and the Blue Origin crew launches to space. Let's watch that, right? Maybe it'll bring us some good luck. Let's get rid of my ugly mug. I'm not hearing any sound. I'll spare you guys the commercials.
There's Oliver on the left, Jeff Bezos on the right. We are about to go to space, everybody.
Command engine start. 2, 1. Ignition. We have liftoff. The Shepard's cleared the tower.
And New Shepard has cleared the tower on our way to space with our first human crew. Go. And booster touchdown, welcome back, New Shepard.
First up, your booster has landed.
Booster landed.
Our rocket went over Mach 3, and now they're coming floating back down at just about 15 or 16 miles an hour.
Oh, they didn't write it down?
What a
Welcome
flight.
back to Earth, first up. Congratulations to all of you.
That's cool. Lucky bastard. Guess I better become as rich as Jeff Bezos so I can get myself up into space. Wouldn't that be nice? I'll take it. All right, AMC. You know what you gotta do. Gonna put us up, all us apes up on the moon. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. We're definitely below the wedge, and we're below the line of support at 42.36. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill that wedge. We'll see. We'll see what else we can. I see another formation happening here, and this would end up probably being a bearish wedge as well. If it hits down to, oh shoot, I hit the wrong button. Let's see if we got down to a price of 41. Looks like 41.93. If we touch that low at any given point of this timeline here that I draw out, then that's a bearish indicator. So our wedge is let me see. I'm trying to pull it up on Investopedia here. Wedges are similar to pennants. Let's see. So actually, I guess this is considered a triangle. Symmetrical triangles occur when two trend lines converge. Nope, that's not a triangle. Okay, yeah. While descending triangles have a flat lower trend line and the descending upper trend line, that suggests a breakdown is likely to occur. So this is a triangle. This triangle pattern, since the flat edge is on the bottom side, these usually typically break out going down. Whereas if it were a flat line on the top side and the more angled portion going up, it would be a bullish trend. So this is a bearish trend. Could indicate that the price will continue to drop lower once it breaks out of this. That's if we touch this bottom line, because right now I only have one touch point. We would need a second touch point down here before we could identify this as a signal. The rest of the market, how are you doing? Let's check it out. I've got 6 viewers right now, so I just want to explain something to you guys real quick. Okay, looks like we have 5,132 advancers to 1,456 decliners. To those of you who are watching, just want to explain what some of the lines are on here. We've got orange lines, purple lines, blue lines that are all hash marks. What you'll see on the screen right now is that there's a name that says John, Eric, and Casey. We have values that we've price quotes that we think that the stock's going to finish at for the day. We don't know for sure if it's going to happen or not, but it's just kind of a fun thing that me and 2 other guys kind of do every morning. We try to predict the price of the stock. It's simply for fun. And then we get a tally mark. If we get it, if we miss it, if all 3 of us miss it, it goes to the tally mark. So you can see that we've the tally marks of majority of the time go to the missed, which we're defiantly trying to beat. But we don't collude at all. Every person takes a different morning going first on price predictions. And then next to our names is kind of like for the day, it shows whether we're bullish, neutral, or bearish. Today I'm bullish, and the other two guys are both kind of neutral. Which I just noticed is John's name is kind of covered up there by that. I think I need to fix it. Looks like Eric's name's moved too. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta clean it up. Does it look better? Maybe slightly. It looks messy. There we go. I think it's fixed now. Close enough. Yeah, so that's what those lines are for. Other than that, the yellow lines that I have going across the screen are Fibonacci retracements. It's basically levels of support and resistance. If we are above a yellow line, that is a level of support. So we just crossed this yellow line. It's probably kind of hard to see right now, but there it is right there. We just crossed this line, so that was a level of support. And we crossed that level of support, and then we tried to come back up above it and hit it and fell back off of it again. So now it's a level of resistance. These are, there's a formula that's used to calculate how these are formed. But essentially what it comes down to is you draw a, you chart a high point and a low point in price. And I think one of them for me might have been back here. I had charted this, this price movement back here to indicate, where I thought the price movement was going to happen. So you're trying to find like levels of support and levels of resistance in the stock market. And if you've done it correctly, what you should see over time is you'll see the prices kind of trend inside those and you can see where it bounces off of them. But I have two different Fibonacci retracements going right now, so I think, anyways, chart's getting a little messy. We are currently in this triangle, this bearish triangle, and we'll see where we go from here. Fibonacci, it's probably worth looking up. Let's see. Fibonacci retracement levels are horizontal lines that indicate where support and resistance are likely to occur. They are based on Fibonacci numbers. Each level is associated with a percentage. The percentage is how much of a prior move the price has retraced. The Fibonacci retracement levels are 23.6, 38.2, 61.8, and 78.6. While not officially a Fibonacci ratio, 50% is also used. The indicator, and I've heard others say this before, that 50% level is levels that you want to maintain. If you cross that level, then it shows resistance to the Fibonacci retracement that you had formulated. So as you can see right now, based on this 50% mark right here at $45, we fell below that. So there's now resistance to that, to moving back in that direction. The indicator is useful because it can be drawn between any two significant price points, such as a high and a low. The indicator will then create the levels between those 2 points. Suppose the price of a stock rises $10 and then drops 2.36. In that case, it has retraced 23.6%, which is a Fibonacci number. Fibonacci numbers are found throughout nature. Therefore, many traders believe that these numbers also have relevance in financial markets. Key takeaways are Fibonacci retracement levels connect any 2 points on the trader views as relevant, typically as a high point and a low point. And so what I'll do is I'll pick high points and low points, kind of based on where we're trading at this moment in time. So I think when I pulled back out, I kind of felt like I think this might have been one of the points back here. We were kind of trading in this range. I had made one. I might have made one back here as well at the $38 to $44 range. So that's kind of how I drew mine out. The most commonly used ratios include 23.6, 38.2, 50, 61.8, and 78.6. These levels should not be relied on exclusively, so it is dangerous to assume the price will reverse after hitting a specific Fibonacci level. Yeah, I don't rely on those by any means for trading or anything like that. It's just kind of to try and predict what's going to happen. For example, like earlier when I saw this 42.36 as a level of support, it did. If you noticed earlier in the day today, it did touch down onto that level and bounce back up from it. And then the price started falling again. It touched down on it again, started to bounce back away, but then actually did fall through. Then it became a level of resistance because we were below it. You can see it tried to fight to get back above and couldn't, and continued to fall down. And so we know that the market looks at these. I would imagine that they use some kind of algorithm that probably even sees these as levels of support and resistance and probably trades around them. I'm guesstimating. I don't know for sure. Hopefully you guys learned something right there. I don't know. And then it goes into talking about the formula and how to calculate it. I'm not going to read all that. That's on your own. Man, I can't believe I nailed the article this morning. That part of the reason why we're seeing a price surge was due to Adam Aaron taking the head of the board. That was just nutty. Too nutty. I wish I'd said it just a little sooner too. I'm refreshing the news for today on AMC just to see what's popping up right now. And actually right now I'm not seeing anything. There's no hit pieces. No hit pieces. Mostly just stuff about Adam Aaron becoming the the chairman of the board. So there's our second touch point on this triangle. So we could see the price drop down, down to $40 at this point. As I don't see a level of support until that level. It doesn't mean that there's not one in here, but we could see that. Man, it looks like John and Eric are really, they're going to be fighting for points today. For a tally mark. It did briefly break into my price point range very early on in the day, at least twice. Had a hard time maintaining that though. If I had to guess, we've got to be nearing a point at which the RSI is dropping too low here. I guess not. 30-minute intervals at 46.63, so it's actually average. So the 5-minute interval is starting to drop below it. The RSI is getting a little too low there, meaning it's oversold. But not completely. So we'll see what happens. I can guarantee you, though, the minute that we start seeing that 30-minute interval, if that RSI starts touching really low, there's no doubt in my mind that that we'll see a massive correction of investor buying. Because quite honestly, if you look at our volume, look how it just died out today. Started out really strong, and poof. Oh, I'm starting to yawn. That's not good. I'm sorry if I just caught you guys. Let's see. I need to get more sleep, man. I tell you what, I went to bed last night at like 11 something. I should have gone to bed a little bit earlier. I just couldn't help myself. I think I was just excited about what had happened yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like somebody else tried to insinuate that we had a pennant forming. If we had a pennant forming from this morning, we're well beyond that now. What time was this posted at today? It says 1 hour ago. I'm not sure where they would have seen a pennant. Oh, you know what? It might be on a much bigger interval. Yeah, I don't know where they would have seen a pennant. I don't see it. Man, talk about hitting a second point of contact and then just breaking out immediately right then and there. Let's just continue to watch it and we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. My child posted Moas after using his tax credit on AMC. Be careful, people. Be careful. Oh boy. I can see my brother-in-law doing something like that though. Hopefully he's still listening. So somebody wrote this is posted by UDYR Time. They posted AMC and GME ETFs, PEJ and IWN have not moved for 30 plus minutes. Is that even possible? Can someone explain? They said they had these up for months. They always seem to tick constantly, but today, poof, dead stopped. It's like someone turned them off. Can someone explain? The only person that responded to that said consolidation after big swings. Reverse repo. It looks like somebody posted, this is a crypt keeper, spelled extremely weird. Said the reverse repo is at $886 billion. Wow. I wish I could see a graph of what that looks like over time. I found it, I think. I'll throw it up here. If that doesn't shock the shit out of you. Look at that. That is nasty. Nasty. How do I get back? No, that's not what I wanted. Probably that. Since 2014. Oh my gosh, you can go back to 2008. Holy smokes, that looks like our carbon emissions. And right here, the steam powered engines went to coal, and this is the I don't know what voice I'm just using. Somebody smarter than me talking about carbon emissions. Look at this, holy crap. That's just insane. What were these dates back here? 2016, 2017. Wow. Okay, so we had a nice little uptick. It looks like we found some kind of bottom. Found a bottom at $41.54 and kind of rebounded off of that. I'm still waiting to see kind of like a pickup in volume, and it looks like we might be starting to have that increase ever so slightly. You know, because if I zoom out, you can see the decrease for the day, and then now it's just starting to finally uptick a little bit here. So that positive price movement that we've been wanting to see for the day today might start happening here soon. It just depends. We'll see. Here's a clip that somebody posted here. I'm trying to look for the date. I'm not seeing a date. Hold on a second. I'm not going to play that. I can't find a date on it. I don't know how old that is, but it's just basically Charles Payne and some other guy talking about, how it's got to be sobering to a lot of longtime institutional investors to see apes basically doing so well. Bit of a lull right here, right now. How do the spikes coincide with crashes? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I was looking back to 2008 and didn't see a spike in it. So, um, I, was there a crash since then that I should be looking at or mark corrections? By the way, found the clip. It is also the transition from the Viking speaking Nordic to English in the movie. And yes, I understand most of what they say in their native tongue. Also, you have no idea what you have unleashed giving the mod rights. That's okay. I'm alright by it. Let's check this. Oops, something went wrong. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I'm still streaming. I clicked on the link and it didn't like that. I was afraid I might have lost it. Huh. It's saying that that link that you have isn't working. Let me try it again. Huh. That link that you sent with the movie part, every time I click it says something went wrong. It's not letting me through. Let's see. So inflow versus outflow. Let's check it out real quick. We're currently doing slightly better than GME, amazingly. Our inflow is 1,281 shares versus 1,244 shares. So we still have a positive inflow for the day, and yet we're still down, which is, unusual. But not unusual for us. The market in general is on the incline, which could play into the reason why we're not doing so well right now. The market is advancing by, wait for this to update, takes forever. So I'm just going to go ahead and say 5,143 advancers to 1,464 decliners. So overall, the stock market's doing well. It looks like Doge made it up to 20 cents. I don't know how much higher this is going to go. If it does continue to go higher, it's a correction to not ignore. Mark my words. this will probably more than likely start to fall in price. And when it does, it'll fall really hard like it normally does pretty quickly. So be watchful of that if you have any Dogecoin, because I do believe this is a pump and dump for hedge funds. To drive this price back up is certainly going to get some investors interested. I can't pull up very easily on here, but I can do it on my phone. The overall markets for cryptos looks like they are all up right now. I can't find a single one that's down. So all cryptos are doing really well. Warning flags. Warning. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Not to us. To anybody who's in cryptocurrency. Danger. Danger. Eesh. All right. I feel like this is gonna explode, and it doesn't. I can't really even say which direction. This thing just reeks of a takeoff. Let's look at our technicals. No new shares borrowed. Options. $51.8 for 45, up from 47.7. $19.8 for the puts at $40. Very interesting. Short share interest is increasing still some more. We are at 4.38 million shares borrowed. That is up from 3.87. I agree. The large puts are very absent in contrast to the calls. What do I want to say about that? I want to say the explosion's coming. All right, let's look this up. The 13th Warrior learning the language. I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it on the channel.
laga mye å spise.
For når han var ung, vant han dette mål.
Hvad er det?
For når han var
Du har vært i Italia, Will.
Nei, ikke der. Nei, ikke der.
Selvfølgelig vant han. Ingen kunne tro en mann kan gitt så mye.
Mina rødhats. Mina rødhats.
Jeg vet ikke. Kanskje tomorrow.
Nå skal du høre. Så en herre går på klipp. Will a sheep belong to snake up to steal 10 of 12 horses?
Så kommer det beste. Så kommer det beste. Når han ville gå, ropte han til dem.
Jeg vet ikke. Kanskje vi kan find some geese.
So then he says, do not fortell min wife, for I will get no supper when I come home tonight.
I don't sound like that.
Ronald slept with her while we took the horses.
No hearts, both of you. She probably was some smoke-collared camp girl. Looked like that one's mother.
My mother was a pure woman from a noble family, and I, at least, know who my father is. You. Pig-eating son of a whore. No! Right! Come on! Come on! Where did you learn our language? I listened.
That's cool. I'll tell you what, if I ever get interviewed by anybody important and they ask me how did I learn so much, I'll say I listened. That's what I'll say. I promise. Good stuff. I have not seen that movie. I'm assuming that you're recommending that movie as a watch. Inflow versus outflow. 1298 to 1262. Volume starting to pick up a little bit. You watch as we get down closer to $40. The cavalry, I think, will arrive. That's where we're going to start seeing people who are willing to jump back into this because it's hitting that level of a number where people want to start investing into the stock again. There's a few points showing some of the Norse traditions as well. That's cool. So I got about 15 minutes before I'm going to take a half-hour break before the power hour. So let's see. Let's see if there's something we can take a look at here.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4".
Sorry, guys. That was loud. I apologize. I gotta remember to turn off the sound after things. Yeah. Somebody said on here, execute your options, not find out advice, but are they in the money? It doesn't look like it. They're not in the money, so I don't know how they could execute their options. For now. Sorry. I can't help myself. Oh boy. Is it beer 30 yet, guys? I feel like it's beer 30. Yeah, I kind of feel like I don't know. Today's going a little bit differently than I would have expected. Let me take a look at something real quick here. I just want to see. There's a date that I have in mind that I want to go back and I want to look at. And that date is 5/26. Beer when you get back from the break. That's right. That's what I'm going to do. All right. I want to go back and look at 5/26. Let's do that for just a moment. I'm going to look at it actually on here. This is a little bit easier to see. Oh no, I do need to see the price for the day. Okay, so they had 379 million shares traded on 5/26. This is the reason that I'm picking this date is this is the date that I felt like we were going to have a similar type pattern to today. Let me go back in the actual chart here. This is going to take me a second. 1 month's good. Okay, so overall the day was green on a 1 hour chart. This is the type of day that I thought we were going to see today. This is what I expect to see on Friday right here. This junk. But today's not, so far it's not turning out. Like if I scroll back out to the whoa, where am I at here? I got lost. All right, here we are. So if I put this on the 1 hour for today and then zoom in on it so that it looks like it did back there on 526, today could have looked like that, very similar to it, except for the turnaround at 12:30. So it could have looked a lot like that day right here, but we had a turning around point at about 12, somewhere between 11:30 and 12:30. So let me look at the 1 minute and see what happened. So between, actually it would have been this, it would have been 10, it would have been the hour before. So it would have been from 10:30 to 11:30. There's basically the big price drop. What did we see? Does that go back that far? Almost. We did see some shares lent, but that was not until like 1 o'clock. Some more shares returned. It's just not. It's not happening the way that it that I expected it to turn out today, which is okay. It's starting to get more. I probably should have done more of a technical analysis instead of trying to base it off of historical trends. But you know, it looks like John and Eric are gonna, you know, they're looking a little bit better off on their technical analysis. We did see high volume though. I'll bet you. This is my guess. We're gonna see dark pool trades hit a new high. And if I had to guess, we're going to see the dark pool trades hit yesterday was 67%. I'm going to wager we're over 70% in dark pool trades today. Earlier, what we saw with the trades that were happening through the system as we were consolidating, it almost looked like they were rerouting trades to actually large amounts of trades to hit the market. Like somebody saw maybe an institutional buyer saw that a lot of trades were hitting, like too many trades were hitting the dark pools, and so they started making them in like weird increments that we haven't seen before. I haven't seen before, and start trading them on the actual market. But possibly the way they were able to short the short ladder attack the price down, because you can see the channel, pretty nice channel right here, excluding that time period. So if we excluded this time period right here, you could draw up a nice channel. And that's our 10:30 to 11:30 time frame right there. I'll bet you these all got routed. I bet you there's a ton of buy orders that were routed through the dark pools right in this time frame. Maybe this whole section right here that just got completely down, kind of shifted off the trend. I'll bet you there were some buys in here that got shifted over to the dark pools for a while. That would be my guess. Price is dropping to, looks like it's going to go test that $40.33. SSR triggers at 38.78. And remember, when SSR triggers, that gives them the ability during certain conditions to be able to create naked shorts. So they need to hit that SSR in order to get their short shares, their naked short shares created legally. Under the SEC exemptions. So I created a descending parallel channel, and we'll see where this takes us. See how accurate it is. Absolutely. Fibonacci based on today's prices. We'll delete everything else and check it out. Yeah, give me a second here. I always forget there's this like section right here that you can't draw in. So our level of support, our 50% line would have been 43.78. We're past that. We topped out. We had a double top on 42.24. And our bottom level down here, 161.8% down, would be 37.76. So we're outside of like the big norms. This is usually where I would draw a second Fibonacci off of previous pricing to try and get some of the other levels to show up in here. But just kind of looking at it for the day, there's a bounce off at 43.78. It bounced off of 42.24 earlier. Bounced off of 43.14. So these aren't. This Fibonacci retracement's not too bad. There's it looks like there might be slightly off in a few places. Quite nice bounce here. Bounce, bounce. Again, tested it once, hit the bottom line, tested a second time, hit the bottom line, and broke through. Yeah, so that's what the Fibonacci looks like based off of today's price spike in the beginning portion of the day. We broke through at the $41 price range, breaking back down. You know, I think we should see some support here at $40. Yeah, look at that. 10,000 shares at 40.28. If it hits that hard, it'll disappear. And it is hitting it hard. There it goes. Got another support of 1,600 at 40.10. Another two groups of 10,000 at $40.20-ish. 30,000 at $40. You know, the cavalry's arrived. The question is how, you know, can it continue down like this? Yeah, this is the support line that I was talking about. You know, this is investors don't want to see it drop back below 40. They want to see it, you know, a lot of people are fighting and resisting it and trying to keep it in that 40 range. They're burning off so much of that selling pressure right now. They're just buying it up like crazy. So this is, you know, if these shares are coming from paper hands and it's not just short ladder attacks, then these shares are probably winding up in the proper hands now. so that's a good thing. It does appear that the short ladder attacks are working though. They're depleting it. I'm trying to decide in my head, is there a chance that this is being played by the same side on both sides, and they're just sucking up as many paper hands as they can get. I don't know. That was some weird. There were some weird movements happening in there. $48 to $51 was your range this morning. Yeah. What did I have again? I had 46 to 49. It's okay though. Our volume is up, and that's okay. You know, I'm all right with price. Let me just verify. I kind of got rid of this just to decreasing. Okay, volume. Okay, so that is a bearish rally, because as price falls and volume increases, that's bearish, a bearish movement. But I do like seeing the volume remaining high. We need to see that. We need to see consistent high volume in order to get this back up. The lower the volume is, the easier for them to manipulate the price of the stock down. Like I said, the cavalry's here, and it does look like they're fighting the price back up. I don't know how long that's going to last for. I'll leave that Fibonacci retracement in there, but I'm going to draw another one based off of a lower price. What do we got? That looks pretty good. Okay, so we are trading in this descending parallel channel. If we break out of it, that would be a really nice move. I drew some more retracements. It looks like 39.92 might have been a level of support. You know, basically $40. So I'll go ahead and put these in yellow as well. So we pushed through 41, and we're on a road to recovery. Our next Fibonacci point of resistance is going to be at 42.23. There might be a level in between there. You know, we could probably take a look at this. This descending channel is probably that point of resistance. So if it got to it, it'd probably be somewhere around here at about $41.66. And you can watch the order flow over here. At some point, we'll probably see 1,000 number jump up, something over 1,000, and that'll be the point. There it is. Oh, it was there for a fraction of a second. 41.80. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 30-minute break. I will be back at 2:10, and we'll finish out the day together. I know it's getting good right now, but if I don't take this break, I'm not going to get one. So I need to have breaks. I gotta drink some liquids, bring back a beer, you know, all the good stuff. Oops. All right, guys. See you in a little bit here. We're gonna finish this date out strong. I have a good feeling about this. Keep your optimism up. You know, try to not let emotions get a hold of you, one way or the other. Even it's so hard. I'm saying this like I'm immune to it, and you know I'm not. You've seen me. I get really excited, but try to wear them on your sleeve, your emotions on your sleeve, and wipe them away. Because even when it goes down, you have to be able to wipe that away. So just as much as when it's going up, we wipe it, and you wipe it also on the way back down, because you have to be flexible. If you don't have flexible emotions on what's going to happen with this, then it'll impact you internally, and you'll take it to heart, and that's when you start to fall apart. So I will see you guys back here in a little bit. I'm gonna maybe eat a little something, drink something, and I'll bring back a beer. See you guys in a bit. Okay, I am back. I put on my hoodie, you know, because we're running cold, so we need to get a little hot here. But it's my George W. hoodie from Trey's Trades. Got that a while back ago. I was a big time, huge follower of Trey. Bought like 2 merch items. I got an 801 shirt and this George W. sweatshirt, and it's a little small on me, but it's all right though. It's definitely what I need for us to warm up this situation that we're in here. Look at that. It just kind of like it bounced off this descending parallel channel twice. Tried to get through that. It looks like we're going to go test it a third time. Trying to break through the 41 level of resistance. You know, hopefully we power through it this time. Now we can break out of this channel and end this day on an upswing. They borrowed 50,000 more shares. Between 1448 and 1504, it looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares. Earlier they borrowed some ETFs as well. Oops, wrong one. Checking out the options. Let's go with the puts first. 28.7. Okay, so they're starting to fill up those puts, those put orders. We got a higher level at 35, but at 40, it's 28.7. So it went from 19.2 to 28.7, which to me means that they're believing they can drop this below 40, or at least that they want to try to. The long positions. 59.7 from 51.8. A secondary position's kind of opening up here at $50. And I would agree with that. I think by tomorrow we should see something over 50. Somewhere between 50 and 60 tomorrow. So I think there's a good chance at that. And I could see why that there would be some hedging going on for that level. I will be moving back if we if we don't close above 44. I will be moving back to technical analysis for my price predictions for the day. I don't think that our technical analysis can predict big swings like yesterday, and so I was trying to predict a follow-up swing, not swing. I don't want to call it swing. A follow-up increase in price. In order to predict that, I think we kind of have to look at past history and what happens, and not necessarily off of technicals. So that's kind of where I came up with a 10% increase day over day today. And so far it's just not quite working out in my favor, but that's fine. I'll move back to technicals. John's doing a much better job. It's almost falling in on average for his. It's just below Eric's lower level support, which I have jacked up. Why is that? His should be 41. It's at 4109. I don't know what happened there. Every once in a while, I feel like even though you lock these bars into place, I feel like it just kind of it gets jacked up somehow. Okay. Short share interest on the free float is 14.23%, with 4.51 shares loaned for the day, which is an increase from 4.83. So they decreased the amount of shares that they loaned out, according to what I'm seeing, because it was 4.83. So we'll lower that. I think the hedge funds honestly were expecting a different result today as well. I fully, based on the indicators that I'm looking at, I think that they were expecting to have to fight this price down harder than they're having to. So that's maybe there's not enough investors coming back to the table to buy more. The jump that we had, again, once we hit over that $40 mark, we kind of get into a territory of investors just having a difficult time coming back to the table. It puts us out of the price range for some people, which is okay. It's not the end of the world. Let's see what we got here. We are approaching that $40 level. Last time the cavalry came to help out and keep us above that. I don't know if that's going to happen again. We'll see. I want to see utilization up for sure. It was ever slow, ever. It went from, oh, excuse me. Oh, shoot, I forgot the beer. It's out in the fridge. 87.26 to 87.27. So, like, it eked up ever so much in utilization from day over day, which is kind of surprising with how much buying we had yesterday. Did we over 16K calls at 145? Oops. What? Yes, we did. 16.2. We're at 16.298. I don't think that's going to happen this week. If that happens, I think that'll happen next week. But I wouldn't. I would not. I think those would be a mistake to calls to make for this week. Possibly next week, but even then, I still think that 145 might be a stretch even for next week. However, the caveat to that is margin calls. I'm strictly basing this off of what I think the failure to delivers can bring the price up to. If they get margin called at $100, very easily over 145. So yeah, so watch next week. I'm not looking at next week's call options. but I can pull them up. Next week we have 13,000. Oh, sorry, take that back. 7,842 at 125. I don't even see a 145 up there. It's been lowered to 125 for the max. Or at least what they're showing. Yeah, 16,000. That's a lot at 145. Good point. I don't think that the movement from the failure to delivers has ended. I know today's a down day. I don't think that that's indicative of seeing. I think the nefarious thing that happened here was that we started out on a much stronger volume than what we're currently showing. And so if I had to guess, my guess would be is that they hid at about, again, well, we'll cover this, right here. Oh, son of a gun, I moved it. I'll lock that in place. I don't know how I didn't lock it before. Right here, do you see where where we dropped out of this channel? This section of shares, I believe that there were buys in that section right there that were routed to the dark pools, and we were seeing some really weird action happening over in the order book. I'll imagine, and this is something that I was predicting earlier. I would not be surprised to see dark pools percentage traded well over 70% today. The upwards pressure, the pressure from the beginning portion of the day was enough for, I think, them to be scared, and they started routing some of the larger orders to the dark pools to keep that off the they want to keep us out of the FOMO range, right? If this thing starts just blowing up, then they're gonna have to stop it, and the only way to do that is to reroute some of those large orders into those dark pools to keep them off the books. I mean, we did. We hit into that price range that I was looking at, 46 to 49. We hit in there. We got all the way up in there, 46, 49, and that's when it stalled out. Which I fully believe was that's when they started moving in large orders into the dark pool so they could get the price down. This is the only way that they could have done that. Yeah. Adam's on here talking to me. Yeah, Adam. There was some really funky action happening, and I made mention to it. We saw some really strange orders coming through. I want to say it was around 11:30. I can't remember the exact time. I should put bookmarks on my stream so that I can like pinpoint some of those times. But there was some weird activity going on. I pointed it out several times and we actually sat there and watched the order book for a while as these strange orders came through. We even made a joke about how it looked like the opposite of a short ladder attack was happening. It almost looked like it was what we ended up calling a taller ladder attack. Just because I don't know what the opposite of a short ladder attack is, we call it a tall ladder attack. And what it looked like to me was it looked like somebody was maybe a long position whale saw that the orders were being placed to the dark pools, and so what they started doing was rerouting. Instead of allowing their buys to go through the dark pools, they routed them to the order book on the New York Stock Exchange as these weird values of like 177 shares which you don't see. Like if you look over right now in the order book right now, you don't see like there's not too many that end in like 7, but we kept seeing like 177, 177, 177, 77, 7. You do see a 7 on there right now. But you know, it's just these really weird orders that just kept popping up on there, and um, I think that the long positions felt that you know enough was enough. They were tired of seeing all these large orders probably going to the dark pools, and so they started. I think they started trying to manipulate it the opposite direction, so that, you know there was some buying power showing up on the price because you could see it just drop right down. You know, we made it all the way up into the $46 range, and then next thing you know, it's just trending all the way back down to 42. So we got some help. Once the help came, that consolidation started happening, and that's when you really started. The order book started doing just weird stuff, and then it popped again, and we've kind of been in this channel ever since. Um, so yeah, this whole period of time, I would just flag this whole period of time right here and be like, this was suspicious. There was something suspicious happening during that time right there. Sus. If those big calls explode, that might also be something to look for. Yeah. Yeah, was it 2.5 hours ago? It seems like it's been longer than that. I don't know. Just some strange things I hadn't seen. But we look like we're breaking out of that channel currently. We're testing 41. You know, I still have hopes for 46 for a close for the day today. You know, there's no reason why we couldn't have a pop off here in the last 30 minutes that just absolutely goes nutty up to 46, and then in the after hours just absolutely rips. You know, if it gets too uncontrolled, and those, okay, so I'm gonna pop this up here real quick, and you can see it again because it's happening right now. Oops, sorry. In the order book. So you'll see like a whole bunch of orders that end in like 77, 107. Now it's on the other side, right? Earlier those 177 orders were showing up on the bid side. Now they're showing up on the sell side or the ask side. But these values, 71s, what the fuck? I've never seen 71 before, and there's so many of them. This is just more weird stuff happening. I feel like somebody's trying to get these orders to the NYSE instead of on the dark pools so that they can actually show an increase in price, which is happening right now. But in order to do that, it's probably a painstakingly stupid process because you know they keep having to put in these small orders of odd amounts to kind of fool the system. At least that's what it's looking like. 72, 73, 54, just such oddball amounts of numbers. Maybe the computers can't deal with rounding easily. You know, maybe it takes more computing to round numbers, and it messes them up, and then it allows the price to rise. I have no idea. Just some strange stuff. Look at that. The buy side's 27, 77, 127. The sell side's got a 177. What is up with these numbers, guys? These numbers are ridiculous. It's silly. Oh, I just want to sing like a clown. It's a clown show. It's a circus. I don't know. I just want to zoom out to the 5-minute real quickly here. Oh, hold on a second. I got to grab the door real quick. Solicitors. I used to do that a long, long time ago when I was really young. I think I was 18 years old when I was doing it. I feel for those guys because, you know, that they make usually, well, at least the company I worked for worked off a commission. So if you didn't sell anything, you didn't make crap for money. They didn't even pay you minimum wage, and you signed a contract stating that you wouldn't, you know, that they weren't going to pay you anything. You worked solely off a commission. I learned a lot of tricks of the trade doing it. Duncan, how about you over there in Denmark? Do you guys have people who just come up and knock on your door and try to sell you stuff, or is that unusual for you? So we broke past the $41 level of resistance, and now it looks like we're coming back down to test it. I just kind of wanted to put up that order book for everybody to see, like, kind of the craziness on that order book. It's kind of nutty. I took it away. If you guys want to see that order book a little closer, just let me know, and I can pull it back up again. But it's kind of craziness. Let's see. Where were we? Oh yeah, door-to-door sales. So if you're in the United States and you're listening and you have problems with door-to-door salesmen, rule number 1, never put up a sign that says no soliciting, ever. Okay, that's the surefire way to make sure you get more solicitations. I can tell you that's rule number 1. Rule number 2, and this is just tricks of the trade that I learned from having done that when I was younger. Tip number 2, and I'm a terrible salesman, by the way, unless it's something that I believe in. Tip number 2, never, when you answer the door, if they try to hand you something, do not hand it. Like, you know, if you put your hand out and you grab it or you take it, set it down on the ground immediately. Just set it down on the ground outside your door, so that way when you choose to close the door or you're done with the conversation, you're done and their product is outside or whatever it is that they handed you, because that's something they try to do. They try to get it into your hands so that you're forced to listen to them. So if you want to quit the conversation, you can't just quit. So yeah, definitely just set it down on the ground, or don't reach out when they go to hand it to you. Don't reach out and grab it. Just staring at them in the face. Let them, you know, let there be an awkward moment. You know, it shouldn't be awkward for you. It should be awkward for them. They're the ones bothering you for your time. Let's see. Rule number 3. See, no soliciting signs. Rule number 2, don't accept things into your hand. What's rule number 3? if you have a problem with a lot of solicitors in your neighborhood and they're persistent, it's likely that they're working for a company or companies, and they probably talk. And in some states, I don't know about all states, but in some states, they have to have a solicitation license in order to sell. And if you ask them to see their solicitation, if you happen to live in one of those states, you can ask to see their solicitation license. And like, I'm pretty sure like 95% of the time they don't have one. And if they don't have one, you can call the police on them, and the police will come out there and they'll get a ticket. So there's that. I've never tried this. I've never tried the no trespassing, but I think that that would probably, I mean, unless you really feel like calling the police on stuff like that, like I don't, it's kind of pointless. I wouldn't try the no trespassing. I think that would probably work against you. You guys don't have door-to-door salesmen. Have had Jehovah's Witnesses a few times until I try to push atheism on them. That's a few years back. So yeah, so same thing with Jehovah Witnesses. They almost always try to hand you something, right? They'll hand you some kind of tract or some kind of literature of some sort or another. Just don't take it. Look at it. Like stare at it in their hands or stare at them in the face and just nod or whatever. And then when you finally get a moment to say something, say like, um, with the Jehovah Witnesses ones, I think the best thing to do with those guys, probably, tell them that you feel harassed, and then, after you tell them that you feel harassed, ask them, say, if they continue to harass you, you could say something to the effect of, "Is this how Jesus would witness to people, by harassing them?" And see how they respond to that. You need to have something at hand and try to sell to them, or startling to barter with chickens or the likes. I love when the religious people come. Chris, I imagine you probably say something like, I'm already religious, or I already believe in God. Is that what you say? Do you try to witness back to him? Because I would imagine that probably works as well. But I do feel in general for door-to-door salespeople, Jehovah Witnesses, whoever it is, that they have you tried Buddhism? That, they more than likely don't want to be doing what it is that they're doing. Yeah, I kind of figured witnessing back to him would be the choice. That's pretty common. I've heard that one quite a bit. I heard this story this one time. This guy said that there's, it was I don't think it was Jehovah Witness, because I believe it's just the guys that witnessed, but it was a female, a group of female women that were going from door to door. So it probably wasn't Jehovah Witness, but it was the same thing. And he said they just kept coming back, and so like one day he just finally answered the door with like no pants on. I thought that was pretty creative. Although, I don't. You probably get in some trouble for that. I don't know. $41. We're just kind of hovering right there. 151 million. This is not to be expected. I thought volume would be higher today. I was thinking 240, 260. So yesterday is the exact opposite of today. Yesterday's volume started off like really slow, and we ended up having a pretty good day in volume. Today we started off really high in volume and ended up peaking out pretty early through the day. Just zooming back out throughout the day today, you can kind of see the volume here. At the beginning of the day, and just look at that drop off in volume down here at the bottom. Oof, rough, man. These are all like 200,000. We need to keep this up over 250,000 to even have a decent day, and these are way low. There's a nice little grouping right here where we just had that little bump up, and this last bump up, but that's about it. Okay, Eric's breathing a sigh of relief as we gain back into the territory that he's in for price prediction. Chris will bring beer. Oh my goodness, the beer! I forgot the beer again. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my beer. Okay. All right. Okay, so I have a question. This is the question of the day. Melissa and I went to this place and we bought this. Hopefully you can see this plaque here. I'm gonna make sure I'm getting it on the video. This plaque, it says the best kind of beer is an open beer, and down here is one of those nifty little like beer opener devices that's attached to the block of wood. And then you hang like a bucket or something underneath it, and it just collects your beer bottle tops. And you can probably, I don't know if you guys can see that or not, or how well you can see this. It looks to me like just kind of the classic beer bottle opener. But I go to put my beer bottle in, and I don't know if you can see this. But I can't get it in there. So like the only thing I can do is really go like this to get the beer. Like it actually pries like that, but like who's gonna open up a beer like that, right? This is how you'd open up a beer like that. So, because if I pry this, you'll hear it open, just like that, right? That's the way that it's supposed to work. But I would have to mount this on like the underside of something to get that to work. Is it just me, or am I being like super retarded? I don't know what's going on here. I have to show that to my wife because we bought it and I've just started using it. But I noticed that if I nail it onto a wall, that thing isn't going to work. Not without spilling half your beer, anyways. Because I mean, you have to tilt your bottle all the way horizontal before you could actually even open the cap. So if you just Just do it fast, right? Like do it so fast that that no beer spills out when you open it. Is that how it works? I'll, I'll make sure, or I'll put my thumb right there, right? Like, and I'll pry it open and it just kind of everywhere, everywhere. I can't wait to show my wife that. I think it's hilarious. I think there's something wrong with that. I think the design's messed up, or it looks like the classic beer bottle opener, but for some reason the way it's, I don't know if I'm opening it incorrectly. Whatever, it's funny. It's funny that the sign says the best kind of beer is an open beer, but you can't use it functionally to open a beer. That's my kind of humor. I love that. I love that shit. That's good stuff. Come to our house, open a beer if you can. That sign kills me. All right, we're having a hard time getting past this $41.10. Somebody needs to man up and push this through. The bottle ends upright after open, so it's all good. Ah. I hear you, Chris. I hear you, man. But like, it, in order to get that edge of the beer bottle in, that's the angle that it's got to be in. I don't know if I can see that. That's a pretty hefty angle. I don't. You're right. You're right. It might work. It might work. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not being trusting of it because it's not attached to anything yet. But I'm gonna have to attach it to a wall somewhere eventually. Consolidating. I think we're having a toss up for whether or not we're going to be fighting for 40 or 41, and I think that's what's happening right now. And of course, Eric wants it to be 41. Look at it dancing right on his line. John wants it to be under 41, so he can get his point, and Eric won't. All right, I'm swearing off trends and going with technical analysis next week or tomorrow. I mean. You guys have screw lids on your beers over there? What the heck, man? That's weird. Who decided to do that? Are we talking like twist offs where they're still made out of metal, or are we talking about like it's literally a screw on lid where it's like multiple threads and everything? The only reason I even have people watching right now is because they're like, this is like funny shit. Like, you guys are crazy. Let's see. Looks like they lent back the 50,000 shares they had borrowed earlier. So it dropped from 700 to 650 and back up to 700 again. I'm going to update the options on the side. No, I'm not. I'm going to show it. kind of a significant change. $64.9 from 59.7. And the puts at 40 is 35. What was it? Was catching up to it? Was it 30? Or 35? 35 maybe? I don't know. 40 is at 35.1. Those are starting to catch up because you were mentioning earlier, Duncan, that that they were severely lacking in puts today. Those are starting to kind of eke up there a little bit. Overall, the long positions for options are outweigh the rest. In fact, we can see that on Stonko Tracker. Let's pull it up. Right, you got, let's make sure this is refreshed. You got 57,000 calls in the money versus 25,000 out the or yeah, sorry, versus 25,000 in the money puts. But look how many more out the money calls we have. 213 versus 165. So it's already beating this number right here by 25,000, but then on top of that, it's another 50,000. So like 75,000 more calls than there is puts, which is pretty hefty. Twist off tops on beers in the U.S. You must mean like the metal top ones that twist off versus being pried off. Because I can't think of any beers where it's like a plastic cap where you would like twist to get it off. There are the beer ones that have like it's a twist off top where you just it's a little half twist and it's off. It does look like we're saving our energy towards the end here. I don't see a whole lot of fight happening right now. There is a 10,000 share and a 9,000 share bid wall at 40.54, 40.52, and another one at 40.48. I'll tell you what I saw leading up to the big price movement yesterday was that right after the market settled, we had 3 10,000 orders that just stayed floating there. So watch for that. If we have like 3 10,000 share orders that sit there after the market closes, watch for tomorrow to be pretty volatile. Short share interest is at 14.24. Let me refresh that real quick just to see if it stays the same. Yeah, 14.24. Okay, looks like we're blowing our load. That's not kid friendly. Sorry. Let's see how much powder we got here. About 7 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Sorry. 7 minutes. I was right. They really want to push this below 40. I think they really want to collect those options. You know, if they do get it past 40, watch them try and dump those options and let it go after that. Okay, there's our positive growth. Here comes the exciting end of the day, guys. As I queue up our outro for the day. It's been a fun day today, guys. I had a lot of good conversation with you. We've learned some new things today. Those are always key goals. Get some good rest tonight. Eat, drink. Be ready for tomorrow. Normally, I would say watch the after hours. I don't know what's going to happen today in the after hours. I can't assuredly say that anything crazy is going to happen. So I don't anticipate anything at this point. I'm not seeing anything that would lead me to believe that there would be some kind of crazy after-hour market stuff going on. But I would always love to see them prove me wrong and do something crazy. So it's been a great day spending it with you all once again. And I'll see you guys bright and early in the morning, 6 a.m. my time, Central Standard Time. And we'll see you guys later. Toast. Cheers.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.